Hello. What's up? Okay, here we are. Streaming chess again. For something new and totally different. What's up? The OG. Net OG. Party of one. Hello, I'm NetOg. This is Party of One. Thank you for the raid. Alright, Saji, what are you using nowadays to analyze? Can we ban chess base? Alright. Alright, what's up everybody? Mr. Coffee, good to see you. Why do we have viewers if we have moderators to ask stupid questions? I don't understand. Nedok, are you from India? Mr. Slow subscribed to tier 1. 56 months. So I always know exactly how long it's been since I've been home. 56 months. I think Mr. Slow subscribed for the first time, like, in my last month in residency in the US. Let's see, 5 years would be 60 months, so we're 4 months shy of 5 years. This is May, June, July, August, September. September 2019. I was thinking October, but that makes sense. It still might have been beach weather when Mr. Slow subscribed. Probably my last post-beach stream. September 2019. I haven't seen a beach, well, like an ocean beach. I guess you can count Sicily. Anyway, alright, so games for today. Thanks for subscribing, Mr. Slow. It's not for the faint of heart, by the way. G. Sunil. 2635, nice rating. Just subscribed. Sorry, followed. Not subscribed. Mr. Slow subscribed. Mr. Slow subscribed. And we've got... Mr. Slow, I put the Velimirovich game in. Now, I didn't know if you wanted me to do a different game. We didn't do Velimirovich Conradi. Then I've got a game... I don't remember who submitted this. Juan Jesus. We've got a game from Mr. Slow. We've got a game from Jesus. We've got a game from Paul Bleschmidt versus Solomon Floor. That's from Move 11. We've got a game from Clown Master. We've got a game from Morales, which he submitted, played against me. We've got a game by Sun Prism. Am I leaving anything out? And who was game 2, by the way? London. It's in German. Oh, this is from Mule Skinner. It's like Danish. That has to be Mule Skinner. You added 2 more Velimirovich games an hour ago. Well, that's fine. We haven't done this one, so that doesn't change anything. I just wasn't sure if you had like a personal game, you wanted to submit for analysis prior to the continued Velimirovich games. Okay, so Mr. Slow, Mule Skinner, Move 11, Clown. Is Drown the Clown a subscriber? Murales sacrificing himself, putting in a loss against me, and Sun Prism. That's only 6. Last week we had like 9 by this point. But I do a maximum of 10 because I tend to spend quite a bit of time on each game. But it's Thursday. Tomorrow I normally have the Blitz stream in the morning. Well, what I call the morning, other people call the midday. So it's like 12. But just want to caution everyone. I have, thanks, Nedog. I have a meeting in the morning about making a deal on selling my apartment, my new apartment. Can't sell the old one, so I have to sell my new one. So we're possibly we found a buyer, which means that if I can sell this apartment, then I can move back to my old apartment. Then I can do a lot of other stuff, like renovate a little bit, go to the United States, get rid of my storage unit. If it goes through, Mr. Coffee, I'm looking at September. And Nedog, Mr. Coffee and Nedog should be aware. If this deal goes through, good luck for that many dollars. What does that mean? If this deal goes through, I'm looking at coming back in September to try to get rid of my storage unit. Good luck for that many dollars. How many dollars are we talking about? Mr. Soyan just tipped $25. I don't know what dollars Discombobulator is talking about. $25? So I've been in debt because of inability to sell these 2 properties that I have. And, you can't walk around buying stuff with properties. So, I'm stuck and I couldn't get rid of it. If I can get rid of it, I can do stuff. And how much do you get for that apartment? How much can you offer? It's not sold yet. Well, it's in foreigns right now, but we might deal in dollars, shekels, euros. I'll consider dollars, euros, shekels. Let's hang tough, Sudgy. What does that mean? Is that good? Mr. Slow, thank you for donating $25 to the moving fund. I'm still going. I got my team, by the way. Our team is ranked Team 2, USA 2. Masturbate tip $12.34. Our team is registered for the World Team Championship Seniors 50 plus. There's 2 groups. It's on chess results. Second board. Our team average is like 2,300. We're the 6th ranked team so far in World Senior 50 plus team. The English team, USA team, super team. USA 1 team is number 1. England is extremely strong, number 2. Then there's like an Italian team. I can't remember. So we're like the 6th best team so far. Although I don't think there's going to be any like tons of like last minute registrations. This is in July 1st to the 11th or something like that. That's what's in Krakow. So it'll be my first time ever playing in a senior team championship. But anyway, like our team is 6 out of like 35 teams. We're a huge dog against the top couple of teams, but we're better than all the other teams. So it should be interesting. Anyway, I want to beat on some old people. Okay. Now, we're gonna get started. But anyway, the reason why I mentioned my apartment selling is because I have to meet in the morning tomorrow at like 10 o'clock. So I don't know how long that's gonna be. It's just a possible reason why I might be a little late or something with my morning stream on Friday. So we're supposed to stream at 12. We'll see. I should be back in time. Anyway, that's news. Is anyone else submitting games for the stream? Did you mean that I have to improve my English? Did not mean that. I have to improve my vision. Did not mean that. How much you can get for the apartment? Did not mean that. Well, I can get slightly more than I paid for it, but I lost a lot of money anyway because we had to pay like tax on it and stuff. Like basically, if it goes through, I'm basically breaking even on this apartment deal. Although I've wasted a lot of time and stuff like that. All right, so I can't sell my other one. That's the problem. So we're off to our first game, Conradi versus Velimirovich. So Alphonse Conradi was a Luxembourg master. It's an interesting name. Yeah, I literally wouldn't have a clue, where they would be from. All right, Luxembourg. Original birthplace of Grandmaster Alberto David, who is playing for Italy now, and is on the team for the World Senior Team Championship for Italy, which is quite strong. A decent Italian team. That you get many dollars. I hope I get many dollars. I am not an indiscreet person. I know. Alright, e4, c5, knight f3, g6. Well, basically I have two apartments. I want to sell them both and then buy another one. So that's great. The ultimate plan is to sell them both and buy one other one. Alright, so e4, c5, knight f3, g6, d4. So we're going to play black here. Let's step back a moment. So white plays e4, Velimirovich, Mr. Slow's hero. This game was submitted by him. Was a legendary Serbian or Yugoslav grandmaster, attacking player, opening theoretician, dynamic, inspirational. User submitted games. e4, c5, knight f3, g6. So this isn't really a dragon. This isn't accelerated. This is actually a hyper accelerated dragon move order. So it could transpose to a normal dragon, depending on what white does. White plays d4. Mr. Slow's comments here, going for the dragon, which became another trademark of Dragolyubov. Well, technically this is going for the dragon, but it can transpose. So bishop g7, knight c3. Biggest problem is c4. Marazzi's. Marazzi is really unpleasant to deal with. Such a noob. That is a noob. Dude, he has a bamboo stick there. He's a subscriber. Silent Assassin. He has a bamboo. Think people just walk around with like random bamboo next to their names? Picking on Nedog pretty hard today. Okay, it's fun though. d4, bishop g7. This is actually transposing to a modern defense after d5. One of white's more interesting moves there. White plays knight c3. Now c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight c6. And now bishop e3. And now knight f6. And now bishop c4. Now if Velimirovich really wanted to play a dragon, he can play d6 right away here. And this is likely to transpose to a dragon after f3. But usually people who play this move order are delaying moving the d pawn because they want to play some type of accelerated dragon. But the odd thing is that after bishop b3, he plays d6 anyway. So he plays an accelerated dragon move order to play the dragon. It's interesting. Now, black can play the Ugle variation with a5, someone unsound's favorite line, or we can play other moves. Rook e8 is new. This is pretty new. The last 5 years or so, I lost a game with that. E6 is interesting. And then d5 is some kind of line. The famous Fischer-Reshevsky, knight a5. That's unbelievable. That this guy Wierig played that against Hikaru. That's unbelievable. e5, knight e8, bishop takes f7, check. I don't understand what happened with Wierig. He played this. This is a thing. This is a thing. I didn't know this was a thing. Takes, knight takes a1. Oh my god. This is an actual thing. Wow, that's insane. That's really weird. People have actually played this for black. It's very strange. I mean, perhaps something you could play in like Blitz, I don't know. But, alright. Castles, bishop e3. Now we transpose to a normal dragon. This allows white to transpose the normal dragon with f3. Roman Gigiachvili's favorite line, queen a5. This is also something I used to play. Forcing short castles. f3 just is playable, but nothing special. Yeah. All right. So black plays d6. White now could play h3, keeping it in the realm of accelerated dragon. But white plays f3, and now we're in a dragon, proper dragon. But it's interesting. There's some sort of self-contained variation here with bishop b7. And now, Velimirovich doesn't do it. But if you happen to be a hyper-accelerated or accelerated dragon player, finding yourself in the dragon move order for whatever reason, intentionally or not, this variation seems to be okay for black. It might even turn out to be one of the best ways to actually play the dragon and not get like a bad position. So knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, b5. So there have been some articles about this stuff. But when you break it down, you know, it looks like black is okay. If I had to play the dragon myself, I would probably go for this. Black has scored all right here, like 23 to 18 with a lot of draws. So if you must play the dragon, this variation is pretty reliable. Velimirovich is an attacking player, so he's not going for that. He's playing rook c8, keeping the pieces on the board. Now, I'm thinking like even g4 is a move. But, alright, castles queenside, knight e5. This is main line. And then white played bishop h6. I'm going to turn off the engine here. I'm not an expert. Oh, so b5 is named Tupala variation. Interesting. Well, we have to preface it with that exchange of knight on d4 is really definitive move. After knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, you know, it's basically the only good move for black. That's what he's saying. According to Gawain Jones, this is the Topala variation. But anyway, if you have to play the dragon, I think this is the way to go, theoretically. Although I don't know that the winning chances there are so high. The losing chances are definitely lower. It's the best move according to the computer. Castles, 95. And now, so, I mean, h4... h4 is like the main move, right? And then you get the Soltis. This is Soltis variation. h4, h5. And then white can play bishop g5. Another move seems to be king b1. White can also play, remember, white can play h4 earlier before castling, too. But this move looks, you know, while it seems very logical, it looks wrong to me somehow. Like, why would this be a good move? Why would bishop h6 be a good move if everyone else plays h4? So obviously we got to start thinking about rook takes knight exchange sacks. So that's what he does. So there's Geller Korchnoi, 1971 in the database. Korchnoi and Miles were big on Dragon. Velimirovich played it. Also, Pereni Bela, the Hungarian IM, started a trend here in, or was part of a trend here in Hungary. Korchnoi played the Dragon. Yeah, famously against Karpov. But Korchnoi played a lot of things, you know. I mean, he was most famous for playing the French defense. The thing about Korchnoi, he had a very wide opening repertoire. Black, he played e5, he played e6, he played the Sicilian, he played the freaking Nimzovich defense. I mean, he always had a wide opening repertoire. Yeah, the Dragon, definitely. Bishop takes h6, queen takes h6, and then sack the exchange. So this goes back, you know, when was this game played? This was played in 66. So, Korchnoi played this against Geller in 1971. That game I don't think I saw. So I studied a lot of Geller's games with white. But I mostly studied the games where he won. So I didn't study this draw between Geller and Korchnoi in 1971. But I would think like Geller and Korchnoi wouldn't have been, you know, I mean, Geller was one of Karpov's seconds, and Korchnoi and Karpov were like bloody enemies. So I wouldn't imagine there was a lot of good blood necessarily between Korchnoi and Geller. B takes C, and now we've got an exchange sack. The pawn structure is ripped up on the queen side. But what does black do? Is it queen a5? Are we playing queen c7 just on the c file, or a5 a4? a5 a4 is a very standard idea. Oftentimes, the queen's on a5, white plays h4. That's another variation. We may get a transposition. But I'm remembering another Geller game. But it was maybe against not Korchnoi, but someone else. Where, like, he didn't defend his pawn on on c3 somehow. That was a different position, though. It was a different position. White had played h4. I mean, I don't know. You know, I mean, I like this a5. That's the question I played. I mean, I think that bishop h6 is just wrong, but if white has to play, you know, a4, he's kind of seriously weakening his queen side. So a3 might be safer. So let's see. Okay, queen a5, king b2, rook c8, and now queen e3. So Conradi plays queen e3. White has 2 games here. The Schiebler elves. Schiebler is a German player. So rook c8, queen d2. Where to put the queen, though? This looks more active. Given the choice, a queen e2 or queen e3, queen e3 looks a bit more active. It's also not defended. I don't know if that matters. Here. And there's a subtle threat. You know, with queen b6, we also introduced the idea of a5, a4 again. Though, if the queen was on d2, we'd still have to play probably king a1. Wonder if white can consider king c1. Because there's always the coastal evacuation route. It's something to think about. Computer is not seriously considering king c1. It thinks king a1 is clearly better. Now a5. But we're committed to that position for the white king. Now, is rook b1 a possibility? But by the way, like, where is white's attack? Have you guys seen white's fearsome attack? Bishop h6 is the problem. You know, it's sort of wasted time. He traded the darks for bishop off, but he wasted time. And so now black has down the exchange, but white has no attack, and there's like the initiative for black. White plays a crazy move now, knight f5. So he's trading queens. He's down the exchange, he's trading queens. He's trying to bail out. Queen takes e3, knight takes e3. So here we get to see, you know, well, the positional side of this sort of exchange sacrifice. That it's more than just giving up the exchange for an attack. Because white has no really good open lines for the rooks, one pawn is a considerable gain here. Trades pieces with knight d5. This is hit. Everything's hit. So you have to exchange. But the question is, this is usually bad because our bishop is dead. I learned that from Roman. But bishop takes. The problem is c2 is hanging now. So this is not a no-brainer for me. You've got to consider taking on c2. I didn't know that line was in there. Unless somewhere subconsciously. I just wanted to think about it. Apparently, it's exclamation point. This is a very logical move. You're not allowing simplification, and you're not trading a healthy quote-unquote pawn for a weak pawn on c2. But nevertheless, bishop takes b7 takes time. If we take on a2, we're also hitting g2. Bishop takes b7 is awkward and takes time. Big question would be, like, what happens when white plays like f4 with that knight on e5? Where is the knight on e5 going if it gets uprooted? Because I'd really like to play g5. If I had all the time in the world here, I would play g5. And then, you know, if I could do anything I wanted, g5 just preventing f4. But there's no time. So apparently rook takes c2 was best, but he played b5, which is very natural. Keep in mind, white can also invade down this file. So now white plays king b2. Problem with king b2 is what happened to invade down this file. So white's alternative to that, I think, is reasonable. Maybe white can play rook d2, but there's another issue. Maybe not yet, but at some point the bishop can get trapped. So if I get e6, bishop e3, a4, that's a consideration. Also, you know, if you go in here somewhere, well, I mean, the bishop is very likely to get trapped as well. But it's very tactically complicated because the knight on e5, rook takes d6, the bishop's on d7 attacked. I mean, all kinds of shit starts coming unglued if black has to play e6 and the d6 pawn falls. So it's a very tricky position to calculate, you know. Black plays b5, white plays king b2, black plays b4. Now, I mean, there's no rook b1. a3 is a possibility, and it needs to be considered, because a3, rook takes a3, rook a1 is quite a forcing continuation. But the problem is, rook takes a1, rook takes a1, I guess a4. Now, I'm not really sure what's going on here. Now we have two pawns for the exchange. White's still better, according to the engine. But I think the important thing, like, if you're white in this position, you need to realize, like, you have to be careful. Because you may not be better, you know. So I would be strongly considering playing the move a3. Yeah, well, the bind is going to get tighter, too, if black is allowed to just do whatever he wants. So white played f4, but I mean, this move changes the whole position, like, quite dramatically. The knight can come into g4, it can go into f2 fork, knight e3, or even back to f6, where it attacks the bishop on d5 and attacks e4. Once you play f4, you've weakened the e4 square. I really would like to see an exchange of rooks. If white could exchange rooks, he's probably winning. Black goes knight g4. Now, there's a threat of knight f2, rook e1. And now black plays e6. So our main idea here is to trap the bishop. And on rook takes, what we really need is a way of protecting that, our own bishop. And I don't know. Probably, actually, we can just take. Even this is complicated. For example, rook takes. What the hell is going on here? Rook takes, check, king takes. I have no idea what's going on. You know, it's possible that black is even losing. Because the a pawn stays on the board. If b4 falls, we're coming down. You know? This is a very sharp position, very complicated. After e6, obviously this looks safer than bishop e3, but I'm not 100% sure. It also protects e4. Black plays knight e3, rook e3, rook takes d6. So white essentially like bailed out. But I wonder, after this, damn, dude. Wow, bishop e3 was the best move. Stockfish. I was thinking, you know, he just didn't have the guts. Balls of steel. White just didn't have balls of steel. He has to play bishop e3, a4, rook takes d6. Things you can follow that bishop around wherever it goes. Like, what is this? What do I do? How do I like put my bishop somewhere where it's like protected? I think that white has to cooperate to lose this game. Knight e3, rook e3. So he makes a concession. He's like sacrifice back the material. Now suddenly white has the worst structure. Isolated pawn, isolated pawn. Still. Is it really possible that white can lose? I guess bishop b5 prevents rook a6, which would attack the pawn on a5. But it feels like white's active enough that he should be okay. But this move, it also stops rook d3. That could be annoying. But white has time now to do something instructive. So let me ask you guys a question. If you're white in this position against the legendary Grandmaster, what would you play? Because I'm looking at this position and I'm thinking, like, if I'm black here, I want white to waste some time. You know, I don't want white to do something fast. One thing that's freaking me out is f5, f6. Because here's a question. What happens if white plays f5? I guess black has some issues with that. You know, perhaps... I don't know. You know, f5 actually looks pretty good. It's all zeros, according to Stockfish. Oh, it's the best move. God, I'm good at finding these best moves. You guys think I'm cheating like a magician. I'm really not. I found it on my own. I'm thinking like white doesn't have time, and I don't like e5. It looks too slow. So Villamirch really had to get some help. I mean, it's not easy winning with black. He had to get some help here. e5. Well, now what? Now we can't, you know, trade everything off. So black plays a4. Uh-oh. That I don't like. Damn, that's a problem. By the way, if f5, a4, still an interesting idea. But after this, check, king c1. Check, king here, check, king here. And now it's like, okay, how is black dealing with this problem of getting mated on the back rank? You know, it may require we do something desperate. The evaluation is still a draw. Unbelievable. After the amazing h5. But it's such a complex endgame. e5, and now a4. Black has the initiative, and he finds this move, rook b6, which I missed. a3 check, king c1. And now, no doubt, white is counting on winning this pawn on b4. Probably looking at stuff like this, this, which is complex in its own right. But man, the dude comes up with b3. That's seriously insane. So you're telling me that the rook and the bishop aren't well coordinated. Because formerly that rook could go like behind a passed pawn. But now, because the bishop's in its way, it can't get where it wants to go, you know? So cb3, and now I was expecting something that wasn't possible. Rook takes b3. This doesn't work because takes a2, king b2. But the point was, check. And now, if you go to b1, you get checkmated by check here and mate. And this is cool. So, by process of elimination, our king has to move to the d file. And then rook takes b3 is possible. What was wrong with a takes b? A takes b is another possibility. What was wrong with it is that it doesn't do anything. This is all based on this trick. Check and take. And now white might have to find a way to save the game. Because pawn takes allows black to queen. So, is there a way for white to save the game? Judging by Mr. Slow's comments and the red flag there is. Well, just because a takes b3 is a double question mark blunder doesn't mean that white isn't lost. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're out to get you. Thanks, guys. Thanks for Mr. Slow for donating today. So obviously a takes b allows queening. That's crazy. Why would he do this? Why would you do this? Like, you didn't see a2 was coming, or what? You only do a takes b if you have a hallucination. I don't know. I'm wondering about this. So, just bear with me here. Check. King c3. Bishop takes c6. Rook takes c6. All the pawns are falling. That's no good. So white needs to find a move after rook b2, after rook takes b3. What is the move? I can't sacrifice the exchange. Bishop a6. Check. Takes. This is just as bad or worse. So basically, I don't know. What is black threatening? So maybe we just make some sort of sensible move here. Like bishop e4. Bishop e4. Stopping any check on d3. Check. Now this bishop's still hanging. So now king c3. And what does black do? Any suggestions from the peanut gallery? Do we have any tricks? See, this is important. This is useful. It's a draw. That was a close one. White's almost overextended. But I found it without any help. That's one possible move. Is there a better move? Yeah, it's the best possible move. It's not just one possible move, it's the best possible move. But there are other possible moves that don't lose. Apparently, bishop f3. This is the most relevant. So white just committed suicide. A takes here. Nice game, Mr. Velimirovich. It was nice knowing you. I mean, theoretically, there'd be positions where you could get a fortress. White's material isn't the problem. It's the failure, to be able to hold everything together. Like, too many things are, like, spread out and difficult to protect. I think if white could hold just the shit on the king side in his rook, but he could give up the b pawn. But these pawns are so advanced, If white loses 2 pawns, I think he's in trouble. If he loses 1 pawn, he's probably still drawing. But can white manage to only lose 1 pawn in this position? I find it hard to believe. I don't think he's gonna be able to lose just 1 pawn. Right now, the biggest threat is queen d4 check, which is going to start mopping up a lot of stuff. And so, I don't think that white can manage to hold it together. It's just too much. Dish combobulator. It's another word for dishwasher. It combobulates dishes. Dish combobulator. In Hungarian, it's my Hungarian influence. The S is pronounced sh in Hungarian. So, dish combobulator has tipped $7.66 to match Acerbate's $12.34 to bring us up to 920. 920. We still have $1,080 to go. That's exactly how much I need to pay. I just got the bill basically. I already paid the first installment for Krakow. We need to pay I need to pay $1,109. No, 1,109 euros. So we still have 1,080 left to collect and raise money for the tournament. July 1st, guys. And I don't know what we're gonna do about World Senior. I don't know if I'm gonna play in the World Senior. It's really up in the air. World Senior is early this year. It's in like September, which isn't great for me. So we're gonna see. Maybe I'll skip the World Senior and just play in the World Senior team this year. No, it's not that the tournament is expensive. I mean, it's the everything. Accommodation, food, it's like, all-inclusive. It's an all-inclusive resort. The FIDE is a non-profit organization. I don't know about that. So, rook takes b, a takes b, a2. Here, rook takes b5, queen. Here, rook b4, g5. Nice move. If you can get it. So he's trying to disrupt array. Nice. Only move. check. There's another check here. Uh-oh. So those pawns look pretty ugly. This is an interesting choice. Black plays queen c5. Now, I would imagine if you took this pawn, Black would have very strong winning chances. Now, this isn't quite as good, because these two would remain united. He must have something here. By attacking the rook, he's forcing it away from in front of the b-pawn. And that means that he's probably going to win the b-pawn with check. Exactly. So we're going to win this with check. And we've broken up the kingside pawns while we're at it. White's best is something like bishop f3. That could lose a rook, though. Check. But he has to play rook c3. King d4 allows e5. I wasn't sure if we like that. If Black only had 2 pawns, it would probably be a draw. This check is possible. The problem is, like, he can still just go up somewhere, and I don't know if maybe d5 is better. But I don't know if not really though. Check here anyway. This isn't simple, but I think that Black is probably winning. This passed pawn is really problematic for White. This creates this duo. And I don't think the h5 is helping White here. But I would imagine like there might be some drawing chances. Not really, though. White faces these 2 strong pawns. You face the Kraken. The duo is too strong. This is the thing. Duos. White resigned. You might ask, why did White resign? Well, he realized the duo is just very strong. Like, first of all, we could just simply play king g5. This is winning. It's a protected passed pawn, is what it is. I don't know if we have anything more remediate learning. The engine likes e4. Okay, that's cute. Because if bishop takes, I have queen e5 check. That's good too. But again, king g5 is good enough. Alright guys, that was a really long analysis. I just enjoy these Velimirovich games. Thanks Mr. Slow for sharing. Sharing is caring. Thank you guys for caring and donating to help me support the corrupt FIDE regime. Game adjourned. The game was adjourned and then what Uber driver? It's Uber driver. No, it wasn't adjourned. Get out of here. Okay, next game. This is from Mule Skinner. Mule Skinner is here. This is it, right? London? Thanks for submitting a London. By the way, we had another game there. The Silent Assassin. See if I can add it to the study. Alright. Try to get these game submissions in as early as possible. Alright, I will show you why London is a bad opening. Okay. Well, I don't think it's really a bad opening. It's just a waste of the white pieces, and people play too routinely. I think it teaches people to be too robotic. So Juan Jesus against Mule Skinner. D4, knight f6. Okay. We see this bishop f4 more often. You know, I think like against d5, bishop f4 almost makes more sense because the diagonal is open here. I mean, I saw like Rubinstein games. Rubinstein would play bishop f4 as early as move 2, but he would never play bishop f4 against knight f6. He would do it against d5. I feel like it makes more sense to play against d5. Knight f6, knight f3, and now you play d5, yeah. And now white plays bishop f4. Okay. So what is the London system? You're just simply playing like the Slav defense with an extra move. You're playing a defense with white, with a relatively solid but slightly passive defense with white with an extra move. My argument is that it's too often like played without thinking, too routinely. It doesn't stimulate your creativity. What else? A waste of the white pieces. So here you played c5, which is dynamic. But I mean, let's think about something here. Mule Skinner is an e4 player. But it also depends on what his opening repertoire is against d4. He's playing Queen's Gambit, Tarrasch type stuff. I don't know what Mule Skinner's the Benko, right? You play the Benko actually. So the problem with that is like this isn't a good move. I know a lot of Benko players. Nedog, did you ever meet Lawyer Times? He was like a 2300 player from Boston, still around. He used to play this all the time. He played the Benko and he played b5, d5, b5 here. And I've seen other Benko players who would do this. The thing is, like, this isn't... Acerby had a game the other day where he played e6. But I mean, the problem is, this line isn't really that great for black. So what do you do if you're a Benko Benoni player? The question is really, as a Benko Benoni player, what to do. c5, d5 is good for white. Then, I mean, you can play it, but it's risky. c5, d5, b5, it's like a ready in reverse. Yeah, e6 is a solid recommendation. So Mule Skinner plays d5. I think it's a little bit odd for a Benko player. Alright, an e4 playing Benko player. So now bishop f4, c5, and then white plays c3. So white's supposed to play e3. No? This is really important. Because there's a major trap here, isn't there? Maybe I'm thinking of... I guess I'm thinking of positions where... I never play this for black, but I'm thinking of positions where white doesn't play knight f3. So if e3... Yeah, he doesn't have knight c3 that fast, so e3, knight c6, knight c3... You have time to play bishop g4. This is important. Which means you can meet knight b5 with rook c8. Strange that these guys are old opponents of mine. Anyway, I think that e3 is better. c3 is passive. This is a passive move order by white. Now, we've got a Slav in reverse. But white can oftentimes capture on c5. So the traditional way to play with black here is like e6. This leads into like mainline London. So this exchange is an exchange Slav, very, very boring. So we're stuck with what other options do we have here? Well, one thing is you can play queen b6. And this is effectively an important reason why e3 is better than c3. Now queen b6 is a better move than it is against e3. Queen b6 is a very solid choice here. However, it's possible that Muleskinner's move is good. But I'll tell you right now, like every little kid who's 1500 has probably memorized this. I think I saw a game a few years ago in one of my tournaments where this line happened, where white like took on c5. Yeah, I don't know. White has options. It's a Slav in reverse. You can take on c5 or you can play e3. There's your options. Those are his options. Rather limited, but that's it. White ends up playing h3 here, which is ridiculous. Why do you need to play h3 here? He's afraid of knight h5, I guess. So, that's the question. Is knight h5 good? White plays h3. And now Muleskinner plays queen b6. Now white plays queen b3. And now black plays c4. And now, if you go back, then we have bishop f5. Not to be confused with the real Markowski, who's a Polish grandmaster. Queen c2, bishop f5, queen f5, queen b2. We all know that trick. So if bishop f5, queen c1, and this probably has been seen in a million Gada Kamsky blitz games or something. You want to punish h3, but I don't know if you can. You're down a move as black. Can you really punish it? I doubt it. I mean, I don't think we can punish it that severely. It makes sense, Sun Prism. I mean, if you really want to play something dynamic, I guess you could try to chunk your knight into e4 or something, but we're black, man. What can we do? So queen b6, queen b3, c4. Now white can take, but black is slightly better here. I lost like this, even without h3. It's not that great for white. Queen c2. So this happened in the game took. Okay, take. Yeah, well maybe queen c2 is better. After bishop f5, queen c1, e6, e3, and we transpose, see? Freaking Kamsky. Kamsky Ivanchuk. Kamsky Karyakin. Kamsky. Kamsky Muleskinner would be... I want to see Kamsky Muleskinner. Kamsky and Carlsen are the most to be blamed for this stupid London system trend. So now, queen takes b6, a takes b6, knight on bd2, and b5. Yeah, I had a game I lost like this with white once. But I didn't play h3. I tried I think I tried to do something stupid like knight a3. And black has multiple ways to deal with that. Rook a5 happened in my game, where black can also just like develop and then put the king on d7 or something. There's lots of different possibilities. So he takes, knight d2, and then b5. And now you can't stop b4. So that's famous, right? Right. If you can't stop, again, then I guess the argument would be like, if you can't stop b4, then maybe you shouldn't play a3. Let's see, lichess, opening explorer. Black has 61-32. b4. And now, the best scoring move for white is e3. The best scoring move for white overall is b3 and e4. e4. White actually has a plus score with the move e4 after b5. e4. Does this work? No, doesn't work. Doesn't work. I don't know how white has a plus score there, but it's a small sample size. So b5, a3, b4, knight e5, b takes c, b takes c, e6, a3 is hanging. Mule Skinner, did you have another game where you showed the same thing? Can't white play b4 himself? Oh, there's a unique idea. b4 himself. I really want to sack my knight, but I can't yet. Yeah, I'd love to do like this. This happened in the game. It's a bullet game. Let's just say it doesn't solve the problems. It's terrible for white. This is like a self-help course on how not to play the London or whatever. Damn, b5. We're still in opening book. We're in the master database. No, lichess database. A 2300 had this game with black. Now he gives up his R-square bishop for no reason. Oh, this is 5 + 6 OTB. Giving up the dark square bishop for no reason. That pawn is doomed. The doom tomb. So now, bishop here, bishop here, bishop here, bishop here. You played b4. That's good too. Maybe even better. Now we're actually threatening b3. It's all been played before, Mule Skinner. So I can't read Danish. We'll need Tobias, Spectacular Camel, to come in and translate. Kvid Opgav Med Sekunder Tibij Pauret. It looks like Turkish. It's all Turkish to me, man. I know you're Danish. That's the point. That's why I need a Danish translator. Yeah, really easy game. Alright, thanks for sharing. Drown the Clown. Is Drown the Clown a subscriber? We'll see if Move 11 joins us. I don't know if he'll be joining us tonight. He submitted this game by floor with black. We'll see Drown the Clown. Did you hate when you bite your mouth? I bit my mouth today. I was like, ow. All right. Drown the Clown, 2200 is white. Against Saeed's, this is from our tournament. Drown the Clown, don't reveal yourself unless you're comfortable with that. I'm not going to tell anybody who this is. Now, I was really thinking that Drown the Clown should definitely play c4. c4 is definitely white's best move. It's not everybody's style, but if you like draws and you like not losing, c4 is definitely for you. Now, the Velimirovich out there, fans might prefer to see knight c3, knight c6, bishop e3, knight f6, bishop c4, and as we saw earlier, castles, bishop b3. You know, this is interesting for me. What I find strange about this line is white only has one good move. Isn't that mind-blowing? Chess isn't fair. I mean, if white only has one good move in this position, I was like, this is ridiculous. You're white. How can you only have one good move? There has to be at least like an alternative. Well, yeah, you had an alternative before when you could play the Marazzi. But in this position, there's only one really decent continuation for white. It's really insane. Like, I don't know. You know, I had someone at the New York Open, I remember, where I was black. I mean, you get a lot of people who will mistakenly mess up the move order. Like, maybe they'll do h3 too early. Or castles, which allows this fork trick, knight takes e4, equalizing. So the only good move for white is bishop b3. And now if you play d6, of course, you get Velimirovich, dragon. And you know, that's a good move. But maybe someone on sound is right. You know, maybe a5. This was analyzed by Donaldson and Silman Rip in their book, their excellent book, Accelerated Dragons, which came out in like 1999 or something. I've played a5 only on a couple of occasions. But it's amazingly difficult for white to get anything against this. And a4 is not a good move. I've played this a couple of times. White gets nothing after a4, Drown the Clown. So you have to either castle or play f3. These are the literal only two moves that will offer white any chance of an advantage. I'm not sure you can get one. The other day I lost badly against someone on sound trying f3 for the first time. I guess castles is the best move. After a4, I also played d6. I did that. Wutkevich did that, and I copied him. It's kind of a cop-out. a4, knight takes a4, and then knight takes e4. And this is like the beginning of theory. I only ever had this once with black against Nisti, who's a Finnish IM back in like in 2004. We had a game, and I had prepared the line back then, but I've forgotten the theory now. White is still better. Knight b5, and then d5. It's very complicated. But a4 gives white nothing. I should know because I've played it before. So here, yeah. This is an improved version of kind of main line. And now white played this. Holy moly. Bishop takes d4. Interesting. So I'm not a believer in this. I'll tell you right now. Interesting. So there's an unusual move. Bishop takes d4. It was played by Katronius in 1996. It was played by Ostrachescu. And it was played by Tomczak, who couldn't beat a 2350. Not sure who David Zakarian is. Somebody beat Wojtkiewicz. Wow. In 03. Major upset there. And then, yeah. So it's interesting. A couple players have lost. It was played in 1986 by a 2200 who lost against Tatai. Still alive, I think. But anyway, it's a really ugly move, bishop takes d4. And I'm not a believer. But we'll see. You know, bishop takes d4, and now castles. So this is definitely not the right move. It's a Drown the Clown novelty. But it looks like you're supposed to play queen g3. That would protect the knight from smashing of the pawns. And now after d6, you can play sharply with h4. Wojtkiewicz lost there. I think the black should be okay. You know, Wojo didn't lose, you know, because the position is bad. He lost because he was trying to win with black. And it's not that easy. It's probably equal, and he probably overpressed. But castles queenside. Again, I can't really believe in white's position, but it's not that bad. So, you castle, this is a new move. But I don't think it makes a ton of sense. You don't have any attack now. There's no h4. There's no f4. You're just holding the line. But at the same time, I find it very painful to play this. Maybe bishop takes c3 is okay. But I don't know if I would do that. You know, I don't know if strong grandmasters would play this move. Like e6 or something where you keep d5 under control. It seems like an improved version of Wojo's game, where he ended up losing because the guy had h4, h5. Here you don't have any h4, h5. You don't have any serious attack. That's the problem with white's position. I don't think that Wojo's losing to anybody in this position with black after e6 with white castled kingside. There was a little bit of dynamism in that position where Wojtkiewicz lost. You know, white played h4. Was it not h4 he castled? No, queen g3. Sorry, queen g3. Here's Katronius Banikas. Wojo played something else, d6. Here's the game. h4 by white. See, there's some dynamism here. I mean, you could see how black could potentially, conceivably lose. But Wojtkiewicz played e6, so this is a mistake. And now white castles queenside and d6 pawn. Damn. Queen f6. f4. Bishop takes c3. B takes c. White has a free shot on the king side. But you're not going to get anything like that in this position now, because you're castle king side. So black, I would just play e6. Let's see what the engine does. Oh, it's looking at the old rook a6. That's one of the original ideas of the system for black. Wow, even bishop e5 is a good move. Now with f4, d5, attacking the queen. But I don't know, man. I'm not in agreement about this. I don't know if I would play bishop takes c3. I think it's playable, but it's also kind of dangerous for black. So unnecessary. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3. Okay, queen c7. Now there's some risk involved. You did that. Okay, that's crazy. I don't think you should be trading queens here. You should be checkmating the dude. Or trying to checkmate the dude. So what do we do? Maybe queen f3? Defending this? Keeping chances of queen e3 alive? But how are you going to double on the h-file? Because you can't get your rook to h3. No, clown, this is a bad decision. I don't know how white won this game. This is very bad. This is a disaster, man. Look at that. That's terrible. The c-file. Like, now white is worse. d6, rook fe1. Now all black needs to do is, let's start with like rook a6. Maybe you've got e5. I mean, white might be okay to draw, but you're definitely slightly worse. In fact, maybe rook a6 is the best move right away. It's possible black could play king g7. And if you try to play e5, you know, I'll play f6 or something. Black has no weaknesses at all. I'll take black here any day. It's plus 0.3. So this is a really good position for black. d6, rook e1, now you're threatening e5, liquidating. So that's why he did what he did. He did what he did. He played e5. This is okay if he had the king on e7. Probably. Can he defend d6 fast enough? Wow, bishop d5. White offers a draw. Impressive. Impressive. And now we invade on the b file. With the psychological draw weapon, I'm instantly taking the draw now. Black gave up a pawn instead. Yeah, I mean, you can probably improve. This isn't the best. Now you can take. So you screwed up again. Black's now better again. What? I guess you have to. Take. Here. There goes the base of the pawn chain. Takes. I don't know, man. I think that black is okay. Rook c4. Rook c6 takes here. Rook a1 check. Here. Rook d1. And then rook c5. Rook takes c6. Rook takes a5. And white goes on to win. Impressive. Very impressive. This game, this is a real shout out to Morales. White now has 5 minutes 53 seconds against 5 minutes 23 seconds. You took on e5. There's no way I would play that. Probably the position is still a draw after f3. But after rook takes c5, I'm not so sure. I don't know about this, you know? I don't know what the theoretical status of this is, but it looks like not a lot of fun. This might be a draw, but it looks like, you know, you're definitely going to get tortured. I don't see the reason to allow that. Yeah, he creates the best possible formation. That's amusing. So, I guess black should have played this, objectively. Well, whatever. He plays this, and then here, and he gets this, and then mate. Nice. Alright, guys, with that note, I'm going to take a very short break. We'll be right back. Enjoy these commercials. Wow, that was a great endgame. Thank you. Is anybody still here? All right, the next segment of our program. Is Morales here? Yeah. What is that? Discombobulator submitted a game. All right, guys, girls, people, things. You keep my horses in the barn. All right, so what's up? Discombobulator with white. We'll do the floor game later. All right. So combobulator. You almost beat me. We're playing white. It's a Kraken, and then d4 d5, and then e takes d5, which I play a lot of Panov attack. I've never been a big believer in exchange variation. Objectively, white's best move against the Kraken is e5. It's just that it's very complex and very closed, you know. So I don't find closed positions easy to play in fast time limits, personally. Closed position requires more strategic type of thinking and planning, and I think open games are easier to play in faster time controls. Uber driver. Yeah, he's a little more literate than some people here. That's a song. That's Presidents of the USA, right? Or is it Cake? I can't remember. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. Uber driver is living in the 70s still. Okay. We can't expect him to know music from the late 90s. The mid 90s. Alright, mid 90s. What are we talking, like 96 for that song? Alright, E takes d5, C takes d5, knight f3. Non-inspirational, but it's played a lot. You know, c4, of course, the most dynamic move here for white. Knight f3. So what's the big idea with this, ultimately? Now, what are we going to do? So you went, Bobby Fischer. You know, Fischer had this weird idea of doing the knight f3 right away, d5. This became trendy for a while. I call it the Fischer. Fischer was like at Széchenyi Health Burdo, which is like the mineral baths here in Budapest, and was recommending this line many years ago. And it became trendy a little while back. And I don't know if it was connected to Fischer originally playing it. But there, you know, you've cut out the d4, so it's a little more sharp. d4 reduces white's opportunities to attack immediately. e5, knight f3. So what I would normally do here for black is play bishop g4. You know, it's nothing special, but it works for me. Anand, Sashi Kiran. Good enough. I think that's black's safest bet, to play bishop g4 right away. Now, interestingly, what happens if white tries to pull c4? There's only one game. Cheers, everyone. I'm going to have to time out Uber Driver. He's just the master of stupid suggestions. He needs a little time in the corner. I think the c4 deserves serious consideration. I mean, if you want to exploit bishop g4, then you need to sharpen the position and try to play dynamically. You can't refute bishop g4 by playing like c3 or something. But the engine thinks that h3 is the best move. This is what Kramnik did. Bishop f3, queen f3, e6. Amazing that there's only one game here. This is the mind-boggling. Mind-boggling, I have to say. Okay, why e6? Because it's Anand. And he knows what he's doing. But what's wrong with knight c6, for example? Nothing. c3. Now e6. Now we're going to transpose. Rapport Dreyev 1-0. Man, white has a good score here. So, alright. Maybe h3. Maybe Uber Driver was right. I don't think it's that clear. But alright. There's nothing wrong with knight f6. And now knight e5. You're transposing to one of those knight e5 lines. There were some ideas of bishop to b5. g6 is very solid. I agree. So knight c6 allows bishop b5. And now bishop d7. And now I've seen this before. I've seen this before. I did a video on this line. Let's see if the game is in here. It was quite a while ago. Some Russian player. There was a similar line. I also think I had the position on the board recently. Something like this. See Carlsen, there's some Carlsen Rapport games. I'm thinking of an older game though. This could transpose to a London system, by the way, with bishop f4, for those of you who are fans of the London system. But I think we have to draw our attention back here. Black's score with g6. Better than any other move. It's harder to attack that structure. White still seems to have a pull. Check. Knight on bd7. Carlsen couldn't beat Morozevich, but it was a very, very long time ago. That was in 2008. When Carlsen was just 27, 33. Morozevich was still good back in 2008. And now white plays knight f3. I can't imagine like losing this position with white. Anyways, let's see what happened in the game. So you got the bishop e5, bishop d7, knight d7, queen d7. I think that knight d7 looks pretty strange. Queen d7, c3, e6, castle. Now we have legitimate question what black should do. Black's a little bit passive here. I've had this position for black. I wonder if I had it against you. Let's see. Must have been off the account. Where should black put the dark square bishop? I would think this is also an idea. Not with you. Okay. No, apparently it wasn't. It was something I must have played against someone, a non-rated game, or a offline anonymous. The word you're looking for is anonymous. I must have played an anonymous game. I've definitely had this position with black. But I was thinking about knight e4, and then knight can pop back to d6. I wonder how bad that idea is. Let's see. It's a new idea. I was thinking of going here. You could play g6. I mean, theoretically, I feel like in this type of block structure, the bishops aren't much better than the knight. Okay, Schumacher played bishop d6. You played knight d2, castle. We're still in book. And now knight f3. Now, this is typically oftentimes a mistake, but I think you have to. Usually this knight is a good guardian of e4, but I mean, you have to get your bishop out. So there's really no question, just a move order question here. You've got to move it at some point. I mean, theoretically, you could put your knight on b3. And still you can transpose to a London system later with bishop here. But so this e4 square, temporarily, Black C has played knight e4. Isoria Navarra. I should say Navarra Isoria. Is it weird that David Navarra's Twitch account is called Prague Queen? Does anybody, just asking, I just noticed that. I don't know that he streams much or, He seems like a nice guy, but kind of weird. I know he's on the spectrum. I'm not sure what that's about. Just trying to be funny or something. Or maybe it's a smart way of getting viewers. I don't know. If I was like Queen Sludgy, I would probably get more viewers. It's just like tricking people into thinking that you're female. I mean, does that work? Are people that dumb? Alright. But anyway, black does play knight e4 in the game, and you played bishop d3. Black played f5, and so this is cool. It's like Petrov. It looks like a Petrov. Very Petrov-like. So if you could play c4, you have to think about it. The Petrov here, the similarity is very, very strong. You play knight d2. I mean, queen e2 looks like a normal-ish move. And black can't do, like the Stonewall attack. Okay, so knight d2. How much time do we have to evade capture on this diagonal? So let's just say, for argument's sake, your opponent plays queen c7 now instead of going to caveman, Captain Caveman mode. Just for argument's sake, I want to know what you're going to do after queen c7. Do you have a move here? Something tricky? Discombobulator? Because questioning minds want to know. What a pivotal moment in the game. If black plays queen c7, see, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do this. You do it if you have to. And you don't want to do this. So what do? That's what I don't understand. Instead, Captain Caveman played rook f6. And then went insane. But seriously, what the heck does white do after queen c7? Just simply attacking h2. I don't even have a suggestion. Whatever it is, it can't be good. g3 is the best move. Fuck. So, what's our conclusion then? That you already screwed up? Or that you screwed up now with knight d2? Or, yeah, I mean, so, should we play c4? And if so, how much play do you get? Can you preempt that move? I have an idea. Because I'm borrowing from the Queen's Gambit and the Petrov. What if you play rook e1? Which is kind of counterintuitive. But the idea would be to do the same thing, but have f1 free. What if you threaten that? Well, then in that time, black can play queen c7. And oops. Johann Sebastian has 2 draws with white, and somebody lost. And the somebody who lost played c4. I'm not too sure about c4 now. With the queen on this file. Was I times out? Could write nothing in the chat. You were timed out. Uber driver was supposed to be timed out. Are you serious? Maybe you got disconnected from the internet or something. What's this? Your chat does not work. Okay. So, rook e1 is interesting. I don't think that waiting moves are appropriate. You're going to get in trouble with Frank Marshall coming to get you. Or Pillsbury. Rather than referencing Pillsbury, I should reference Frank Marshall. Though Pillsbury was better, in my opinion. Alright. f5, knight d2, rook f6, f3, and then he goes nuts, so which takes h2 check. I don't think that black's queen is on the right square for this. Like, maybe if the queen was on e7. His queen is on a white square. It needs to be on the dark square. So after take, check, here. Black needs to play queen h4. Okay, it's still interesting though, you know? He has queen c7. I guess there's a problem though. The rook is hanging. That's why Captain Caveman. At the end of the day, Captain Caveman plan wasn't good because the rook The rook is going to fall to that bishop on c1. So even though black we don't normally have enough attack, regardless, if you do check or whatever, you know, you can do this check, king f2, recapture. I mean, you can't give me everything. This is too much material. I have to believe this is too much material for black to give up. The whole thing with rook h6 doesn't quite work unless, and even then I'm not sure, you know, even if his queen could get to h4. So knight g3. Now we need to act quickly before this offer expires. So it's also handy that your bishop's protecting the rook. If knight b3 works, you know, then this guy's attack was nowhere close. Look at the dark squares. We didn't even, like, win any material. Wait, aren't you supposed to take with a knight? So he really lost his mind now. He took with the rook on f1. Obviously has to take with knight. And at least he has, you know, a rook and pawn for the two pieces, two bishops. But here he, like, lost his mind completely. He's just a piece down now. Schumacher has a tendency to play too fast, and he was berserking. Nice try, though, e5. I think that's a good try in the circumstances. You have some... I don't recommend, you know, going with your king to g3. So you were very, very, very safe here after king g1. Nicely done. I missed queen h6 as well. That was a close one. Alright. Damn, just when you thought it was safe to get out of the water. Yeah, exciting. A little too exciting. And black still ought to try maybe e4. I think he should try e4 or g4 or anything else, but not this. No, seriously, I mean, he still has some hope here. Because if this opens up, you're actually toast, you know? This was a very bad decision. It leaves f3 well protected. I don't think I would recapture on d4. I think you should do something else. Maybe queen b3. This looks more efficient. You're attacking d5 with check. You're attacking b7, threatening to win a piece. Recapturing on d4 doesn't do anything for you. This doesn't help your position, really. That's over now. Anyway. Yeah, okay. So, nice finishing him off there. Yeah, Schumacher wasn't really in great form this week. Yeah, interesting game. Okay, thanks for sharing, Discombobulator. Finished him off nicely. I've got Sung Prism, move 11 submission, and who's the other one? The Assassin. Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry I don't have more time. I mean, really, like, all of the games that we're going over, we could spend more time on. I'd like to spend an hour on every game. Me? Oh, Asturbate. Asturbate, what's up? Your game didn't get in there. Oh my god. Poor Asterbate. I didn't get it. I'm sorry, buddy. What? How could I do that? To our number one VIP. Alright, Asterbate, you're on. E4, C5, Bishop C4. So, you know, you're normally playing G6. It's not as good against the builder. E6 better. I recommend playing E6 right away. Don't screw around with these people. In fact, even A6 I like. But, okay, let's do one thing at a time. E6 you should probably play. Instead you played knight to C6. This is fine too. I would prefer E6, A6, and a quick Noah's Ark trap. Not that I'm playing for cheapos, but the knight doesn't always want to go to C6. Alright, still, it's good. This is one good move. Okay, E6. D3. And now, you can play knight A5 here. I'm actually kind of surprised this wasn't played, but it's definitely not the only way to go. What does the engine say? Wow, it thinks that white's better after knight A5. Interesting. The computer is not a believer. Okay, I mean, clearly D5 is a major consideration. I told you before that I like the knight f6, a6, queen c7, bishop d6. The exoskeleton. We need a name for this formation. So I'm going to call it the exoskeleton. Because in the exoskeleton, our skeleton is outside the pawn chain. So we've got part of our skeleton, you know, basically, well, the bishop and the knight are outside the pawn chain. In the exoskeleton, we keep very, very strong control of e5. And then, you know, this knight can bounce into g4. But e5 is the really key. Really key, the key square. And our bishop goes usually to b7. Although, you know, you can get, I mean, obviously, you're going to get situations where you could also just simply develop more routinely to d7. Alright, so you played knight f6, and then this move. This is always bad, right? This is apples and oranges. It's like the where's Arsenal fan been this week? His favorite combo of bishop moves: bishop g5 and bishop c4. You know, oddly enough, those bishops, which are also outside the pawn chain, they both are effectively fighting for control of d5. You know, I did talk about the idea of knight a5, but it would leave the central squares. So I think here I like a6. You know, e5 is not a threat because of h6. So let's say he does e5. Just play h6. He goes back, you play this. Any kind of situation where white gives up the dark square bishop is bad for white. So this is bad. This is bad. Where that guy's going bye-bye. So you played h6 right away? And you might, it's like fishing. You know, you might have pulled up the rod too fast with h6 and let him get away. You get a big one on the line, you want to like wait to reel him in until he's really hooked, you know? He might like sense the danger and go back to like f4 or something. I really want to get that dark square bishop. He just like jumped in the boat. It's like, dude, whatever. Thank you for your dark square bishop. This is equivalent to going fishing and the fish are just jumping in the boat. Wow. You could maybe challenge yourself or do some self-handicapping here to make the game interesting. What do you guys think? Like G takes F just to give this guy a chance? Anybody? Is anybody out there? I've got 10 viewers. Are you serious? No one actually wants to learn how to play chess or understand the game at all? Free knowledge? I'm handing out free knowledge. And all they want to do is play bullet chess. Queen takes f6, obviously better. You did pawn takes. You did that. You did that. You did pawn takes. You did it. Just to make life interesting and give the opponent an outside chance. Master B plays G takes F. Word. Now A6. And then the guy decided he's playing the open Sicilian. It's a little late for that, bro. It's like you decide to play the open Sicilian after 8 moves of Bodler. Boom. Boom. Knight A4. It's sinking in now that white is not that bad yet. I wonder if we made a mistake. I think before we do this, we need to consider all of our options. There's no doubt that b5 is a good move, but is it the best? Is there anything better? Can we do pawn takes pawn? All forcing moves should be considered. Maybe b4 was too early, I don't know. But, I mean, you've got a lot of good moves here. There's no doubt, like bishop c5. Okay, b5 is good, though. I mean, it gives us a square for our bishop. There's no doubt that's a good move. I agree. Maybe we should just play pawn takes pawn. If you really want to be provocative, I have another suggestion. I played a lot. Seriously, guys, I have played a lot of St. George over the years, and I'm telling you right now, anybody who played this kind of formation on a regular basis, like Drazic or grandmasters who play a lot of A6, I have the feeling this actually looks pretty strong. Like Queen B6. What is White going to do after Queen B6? D4 is gone. So he has two choices. You have two choices. You can, take and give us this tempo. Or you can go d5, and then it's like probably the better move. Black has like all possibilities available here. There's no doubt that black is better, primarily because of dark square domination. But I don't know where to put the knight. You know, if you go here, trading pieces and the possibility of bishop h5, I don't really love that. If we go here, you know, the interesting thing is, like, if white takes, his knight's only square is b1, which is slow, but okay, playable. I don't know, it's something to think about. I mean, the other option is simply to take. You have a good Sicilian with the two bishops. What about e5? e5 with the idea to go knight e4. Oh, for white. You've been watching too many Velimirovich games. Oh no. Mr. Slow. You know how fast I would play f5 now? No, it's a tough call. Yeah, I mean, even that's, like, feasible. You could play f5. Look at this. And this. And this. And this. There's no way that that's okay for white, right? There's no way, like, in a million years this is gonna work out okay for white. Yeah, I agree. Allowing that knight in e4 would be very dangerous in some cases, or at least give white some play. Hey, you know, I used to play the Slavnik variation with a4 with white, and I would give up my bishop on f6. I'd have no dark squared bishop, but just be praying for stuff like, exactly, you know, my knights and bishop h5. White squares are white's only chance, and getting the knight to e4. Anyway, guys, all right, so the game is b4, and the knight's on the side of the board, and it might be hard to get back in game. There's also this. As I said like 800 million times, queen a5 is always bad. But in this case, I mean, there is some justification, you know. In fact, I mean, like, takes might be quite good for black. So probably he goes b3 right away. But there are literally, like, a lot of options here. Now, Astrobate, I don't like your next move. f5 is a wild idea. Yeah, I mean, I played enough Richter Rousers to understand. But, and white, you know. Actually, Saxac Draw mentioned rook g8 earlier. That will be a thing in some positions. Black also has to be careful, though. I don't like this bishop on c8. The bishop needs to get into the game sooner rather than later. It may be that, like, just bishop b7 is our best move. I'm curious what the computer says. Let's take this position. And without cheating, try to guess what the engine's #1 move is for black. If Mr. Coffee was here, we could do a poll. My guesses are queen a5, bishop b7, I don't like allowing knight takes c6, you know, so I'm going to go with queen a5, bishop b7, and queen c7. Anybody want to take me on? Queen a5, queen c7, bishop b7. Queen a5 is the most forcing. Bishop e7, simply, like, improving our worst piece. And queen c7. Yeah. We're right. Nice job, us. Bishop b7, queen c7, and queen a5. Those are the 3 moves for black. Masturbate coming up with knight e5, his favorite move. This is a problem. I just want to highlight something here. Do you think those pieces are going to develop themselves? I also want to highlight the fact that white has 3 developed pieces on pretty good squares. Knight e5 is a very serious mistake, my friend. You're wasting time, and you're not developing your pieces. He does this all the time. Okay, white played b3. Not the most decisive move, but safe. This is good. B3 might prove to be a very serious waste of time for white. But I think it's time for f4, no? Or is that bad? Well, I mean, there's a lot of risk involved with f4, but I don't know. Alright, bishop f3. Interesting. h5, h4. I don't like bishop h6 here. You're inviting that knight into c5. You're lucky your opponent got materialistic, because this looks pretty reasonable. Bringing a knight back in the game. He goes bishop takes h5, leaving e4 hanging. And that is a major, major moment. Because that e4 pawn falling, it changes everything. It changes everything. I mean, now these pawns are totally like dominant in the center. g2 is attacked. Castle, rook g8. My god. The whole position just drastically changed in black's favor. Now it looks like g3. He has to play g3. He gives up his white square bishop. And Asterbate doesn't take. This is funny. There was a game I had in the simul against Thomas Frankson, where he could have maintained his bishop in the center. Oh, I see. I didn't see it. You're sneaking the h4 pawn. I missed Asterbate's point. He's secretly attacking h4. It is clever, and you know, it's possible that we can sack a piece now. It's very, very possible. In fact, I'm getting a very strong feeling that we have it. We don't have it. Do we have it or we don't have it? After bishop e4, queen h4. If knight f3, queen takes e5, queen takes e4. So if bishop takes a8, now I was wondering if we have this. No, he's great with coordination. We're actually threatening rook h8, for heaven's sake. You know? I mean, with black to move here, with the h-file clear, it's not getting better for white. If it was black to move, it's mate in 1. And even if it wasn't mate in 1, we could play rook h8 and still white isn't escaping. But the question is, do we have this? Oh my god. We have rook takes, check, pawn takes, queen takes check, bishop g2, bishop e3 check, and then needless to say, white just lost. So after bishop takes e4, f takes e4. So here, let's check. There's something we missed. Something I'm missing here. He has knight f5, maybe. Wow, this is possible. We're missing something. Bishop f4. What did I miss? Rook e1. Somebody pointed it out. Sac draw. The hell is my computer doing? He has rook e1. Damn. Doesn't work. So Asterbate is right. Takes. Yeah, all that was bullshit. Rook e1 would have given him f1, and he's safe to escape the coastal evacuation route. So you were right. The only problem is, okay, this. And now h4 is protected. And now your bishop is threatened. So you have to find a good move now. Among other things, it's possible to play rook g6. No, it's not. Okay, so queen f6. Queen f6. I like this move. Focusing on development ahead of all. You might have this. You played knight g4. My problem is, like, what are we threatening? What are we threatening? It's not a puzzle, it's an actual game. It's a whole game. Knight g4, rook a, e1. What is black threatening? It's about, you know, mating on h2, right? So you wouldn't go here, this is too obvious. And that would give you the option to castle. He purposely played an inferior move so that it's less suspicious. Seriously, Aspie, did you sit there, like, debating to yourself, like, which of the following, like, moves is less suspect? You're threatening, like, a cheap mate in 1 on h2, but instead of choosing the more natural square, you put your queen in a position where it blocks your rook on a8. Like, I don't think that's good chess, man. Because anybody sitting there is like, why the hell did this guy just put his queen on b8, you know? I think you have a better chance. You actually have a better chance of pulling it off with queen c7, because queen c7 is like half a file where it looks like it's sort of a normal move, you know? But anybody with half a brain, like, it's only mind the zombies that think that queen b8 is normal. You know, this is like red flag. I'd be like, why is my opponent putting his queen on b8? You know, and then they're gonna, oh shit, he's threatening mate in 1. If he played queen c7, it's more normal, you know? You're overcompensating. So he saw it, he was like, oh, queen b8, that's too weird. And then knight takes f2. I'm not sure this works. It definitely works if he takes to the king. But what happens if he takes to the rook? The case of the missing rook. Let us calculate. Let us pray. Okay, queen takes check, king f1. Now, there was a nice line, by the way. I just want to point out, obviously, you know, it's forced mate. If king takes, check, king e2, queen e3, it's like suction mate. Nurse, can I get some suction? Alright. So knight takes f2. It's like when you go to the dentist. They're like cleaning your teeth. Rook takes f2, queen takes check, king f1, and now can we mate him? I don't know, I'm a little worried here. Like, we're down a piece. We're down a piece and our bishop's hanging on h6. So we have a draw. We have grabbed the knight on d4, which would be good, except for the fact that h6 is hanging, f7 is hanging, etc. So Astrobate, did you mess up here? No. It's a draw. You have to take the draw, it looks like. So the game was knight f2, and the guy plays this. That would be good if it didn't hang a rook. That's not a good move, master. And that was a very sad end for the opponent. Kind of anticlimactic. But I love the finish, dude. I love the finish. Rook takes g3. That's beautiful. Alright. Anyway, onward and upward. I've got games by Sun Prism. I don't think I did Morales. Morales isn't here. Let's do Sun Prism because he's here. And the Assassin. Before I do the Morales, you know, my game we'll save for last. And then Solomon Floor. Well, that was loud. I'm sorry, guys. Forget the mics there. Yeah, well done. Thank you, Discombobulator. On behalf of Astrobate, I thank you. This is French defense. Sun Prism playing black. It's classical. I figure if you're a French defense player, you know, any day the opponent doesn't play the exchange variation is a good day. I wonder how many people seriously have, like, given up playing the French defense because they were sick of facing the exchange variation. It's like the Slav. The Slav is, yeah, I mean, it's like brutal, dude. I hate that. There's always something boring that white can play. Bishop d3, though, this is seen from time to time. Like 5 years ago, Anita Gara, who's a Hungarian men's IM, and a briefly former teammate of mine, Anita drew Aronian at Gibraltar by playing Bishop d3. It's like the best result of her life, probably. You know, so the main line here is like take, knight f6, and then c5. Well, he puts the bishop on f3. I didn't see the games and the candidates. That's frightening if they're playing the Exchange French turkey farm on that level. c5 transposes into a Tarash. Well, I don't think you can transpose into the Tarash unless white puts their knight on d2. I'm just saying, like, if I was black here, you know, I know this is the most common move, but it's a real philosophical quandary, you know. Do I want to trade off my center pawn, you know, in exchange for time to harass that bishop? I'm basically selling my center for a tempo. Is it worth it to sell out my strong point in the center for a tempo? So, but I mean, knight f6, like, yeah, it could transpose to a... It's a Rubinstein tempo up, but it's not really a Rubinstein tempo up because white's putting the bishop on f3. If white put the bishop on d3, it's a Rubinstein tempo up. You know, this is good for black. But the question is this. So it's not simply a Rubinstein. It's this specific thing. Structurally like a Rubinstein, but the bishop's more active. That's what I'm saying. Like, Aronian, like, couldn't win with black against the 2350 IM. You know, it's like, should black really do this or not? I don't know. But I think this is the main line. Yeah, white just threw it away. So he has to play bishop f3. This is the whole point. Yeah. No, this is the whole point. And so the bishop on f3 is powerhouse, and it's active. And it paralyzes black on the diagonal. You can get in c5, but you've got this Catalan like effect of the bishop on f3, which is quite strong. c6. Huh. Well, that's an interesting and unique idea. Play it like a Kraken. Alright, so knight f6. Okay, you could do c6 there. It's been played. Feels weird, but I get what you're saying. To play for e5. I mean, there are probably ways black can equalize, but it's like, it's hard for me to understand, like, well, what's the best way to approach this for black? Luckily, this is a very bad move. Now an interesting idea would be knight to c6. But black, I don't know, knight c6, anybody? Any takers? I take it back. Well, let's see. What do you guys think? Is this stupid? Yeah, right. No, I'm trying to play e5. It's not that stupid, right? You could play knight c6. There's also this. But it certainly doesn't feel like the most natural move. You can see here, c5, of course. It's a Rubinstein French. This is literally a Rubinstein French up a tempo. So it's gotta be equal. I think the Rubinstein French sucks, for black. It's probably the worst way to play the French, and we talked about this with Mr. Coffee. You have to be frickin' George Meyer to play it. You know, Mr. Accuracy. Infinitesimal, like, defensive accuracy. And why? Like, for what? You know, like, it's a great opening if you're like a 2600 trying to draw 2650s or something. I don't know, you know, like, but in a practical sense, yeah. You're just trading off your central pawn. So c5, bye-bye center. I'm surprised how many games there are here. Kerek Christian versus Guido Kern, 1994. Well, that must have been like World Junior, 94. Yeah, this is just bad for Whitey's tempo down, but okay, he's still probably equal. It's like a Kali system. Now we've got a normal IQP. So here we have interesting questions. Wow. We could transpose to a c3 Sicilian I had today. That's really crazy. I had a training game with one of my students today. I think we can transpose the exact position. It would go bishop e7, knight c3, castles, castles, queen a5, a3, bishop d7, queen e2, a6. Somehow it seems like white is the tempo up. Yeah, I guess white's the tempo up. All right, let's see. I'm sorry, black's the tempo up. Yeah, black's the tempo up. All right, check. So here the problem is, do we really... Yeah, black's the tempo up. Sorry, I meant the other black. Black. Do you really want to hurt me? No. Do you really want to play bishop? Do you really want to play bishop e4 and have him do bishop d2? Maybe. I guess it's okay. How about knight c3? Alexander Stamatovich played that. So it must be good. You want to potentially go what? b6? Yeah, okay. But, this is majorly dependent on whether this guy goes bishop d2 or knight c3. Wow, so after knight c3, we literally transpose to some kind of weird c3 Sicilian. I'm going to guess that's a c3 Sicilian. It could be something else, but most likely a c3 Sicilian. Or Nimzo. It could also be a Nimzo. Panov. Yeah, it's like a Panov, I guess. Yeah, Panov, Nimzo are the same. So opponent plays knight c3, we transpose. You castled. White castled. Yeah, b6. Yeah, your knight's on c6 already. I had a game the other day against somebody who played h6 in a similar position against me. One of you guys from the stream. And I was thinking, like, the only way that can work is if black can play, like, rook e8 and bishop back to f8 or something to defend the h6 from future sacrifices. I don't think that's Sun Prism style. So he plays b6. This is natural. But it also... what if we go like Karpov? I mean, bishop e7 has to be normal. Now we're transposing. It's a Steinitz. Queen's Gambit accepted. So bishop e7, a3. The other question I was going to ask was, what about this? Doesn't Volkov play the French? Overprotection of the d. Now that's overprotection of the d5 square, folks. I mean, that's like Fort Knox style. Mosklenko, Volkov, 2016. What do we do? Oh no. The man himself, Karpov, 2009. I was going to say, like, well, I mean, I was just going over Karpov games the other day. And he's used the strategy. Bishop e4 doesn't make sense if you don't take on c3. Well, that's an interesting question. Maybe I would rephrase. Can you rephrase? I mean, let's rephrase. Let's say, is bishop e7 a better move than bishop b4? I'm going to rephrase. The judge. So castle, castle. Knight c3. Ta-da! And like, there's a million games. Well, there's 50 games. And now b6. And now we have a queen's. We have c3 Sicilian again. I have a million games. This is, I don't know, you know. I wouldn't describe it like that, Mozart, but it's, you gotta understand, like, there is a chance why he would play bishop d2 here. If that happened, you're assuming I mean, Mozart's argument assumes that, like, you know, white would never play bishop d2. But I think there is a segment of the population that play bishop d2, and this is an interesting question in itself. What black does now, you know? I was thinking maybe we have some tricky move like queen b6. Not to just, you know, trade on white's terms. Yeah, it's hope chess territory, but it's real. You know, it's real. You think like every person who plays chess is automatically playing knight c3? I think not. You know, this is a good exchange for white on paper, like dark square bishop for dark square bishop in a French Queen's Gambit IQP structure. I think that it's a legitimate move for white. It just might not be quite as good as knight c3. If there's a chance that he's going to play that move, I don't think it's bad. I think the chance is real that white will play bishop d2, and I still think it's fine. It's just another path the game could go down, a separate path. It deserves to be legitimately considered. Well, you have to assume white plays the best move. No. I think you have to assume there are a couple of options. He might play the best move or he might not. You have no time. If you don't have enough time to consider all the possibilities, then yes, assume that white's going to play the best move. But if you have enough time to consider various possibilities, I think it's worth it to consider the very real possibility that white might not play necessarily the best move here. So there's a practical element. This has to be considered as well. What do you think? Like, knight d2 is not so stupid. I would think this move also deserves consideration. Is anyone brave enough to argue with me on this? Point knight d2. Anyway, okay, I'm getting too far afield now. But anyway, let's see the game. So castle, castle, a6, sorry, b6. a6, I was going to say a6 is playable. That's another line. It doesn't just win a pawn. Mozart's other name is Arsenal fan Rich. What was the position we're talking about? After knight d2, knight d4 just wins a pawn? Oh no, my friend. Check. Knight c6. You serious? Well, one man's just wins a pawn. His other man's sort of some kind of compensation. Okay, I missed knight c6. I missed knight c6. But white apparently has half a pawn compensation. Mozart. It's not nothing, you know. It's not nothing. Oh, interestingly, on bishop d2 you can castle, but I like queen b6. Personally, keeping more tension. Anyway, we're moving on. We're moving on. And now, Sung Prism's move. Are you ready? h3. This is not Sung Prism. I mean, the opponent's move, h3. Come on, man. Today, in my training game against my student, I had a similar position with white, and I spent like a long time considering possible moves. Rook e1, bishop g5, bishop e3, queen e2. But h3... Queen e2, I'm going to hear a comment from Mozart. Doesn't queen e2 just hang a pawn? Yeah, I know. Okay. I'm looking at it from black's perspective. Well, yeah, you may be right. But in any case, we transposed because black was up a tempo anyway. You didn't see the opening. It was a bishop d3 French. It's still interesting. h3, bad move. So now white is black and black is white. Now black played rook c8. I'm not a huge rook c8 fan. Okay, I've had this exact position against Vita Levante, against Strapunski. No, Strapunski was different. I had this against Vita Levante. Yeah, he didn't play h3. My queen was on d6, and his queen was on e2. It's like mainline. It's a mainline c3 Sicilian position. If you take away h3, put the black queen on d6 and queen on e2. White plays rook d1. Rook c8. Rook c8 looks like a normal move here. But I'm just asking, like, how useful is it really? Well, there's some ideas. Okay, rook c7, Karpovian lateral defense. You can play it like a ready, where we go here and queen a8. So the other possibility is literally like transpose to a normal position where white has played h3 for no reason. Mozart he is a national master. Did they take away your title, Mozart? He had to send his title back because he dropped to 21.99. Isn't that what happens? They ask you to send your certificate back in the mail when your rating drops down to 21.99. All right, so rook c8. He's asking Mozart if he's a master. Did you ask Michelangelo? All right. So rook c8, queen e2, queen c7. This I don't like. This feels weird. A tax bar. Damn, dude. Tax bar is acting up. A tax bar. Jesus Christ, bro. The tax bar is just killing me. Can you guys see the board? It's totally screwed up now. Because of the tax bar. Yeah, so you did like the long method of putting your queen on a8, but I think it's all overrated. This is a debate I had with myself today. And I think that white should place the rook on, probably on d1. You know, he should have rook d1, rook e1, and some sort of d5 breakthrough. Black's play seems kind of slow. Now g6. Interesting. Okay, so you're not playing against Vita Levente or some c3 Sicilian grandmaster. He's a decent player, but he doesn't exactly know what he's doing. This is interesting because this bishop could come back here. You know, I can't fault you for playing g6. But I don't know about the queen thing. I never do this. I think you got to be really careful about d5 sacks. But shouldn't white be playing bishop g5 at some point? Another thing that we need to mention is, by the way, like the h3 is really a stupid move. Yeah, rook c7 was normal. I agree. Rook c7 is a more efficient way of kind of doing the same thing, you know. But h3 hurts white. It takes away his flexibility, you know. Now, if I do like knight h5 or something, the threat of knight f4, and like white can't play g3 because it's like ridiculous, you know. Because of h3, g3, am I going to play all these pawn moves? One unnecessary pawn move like screws everything up for white. He doesn't need to play h3, so why did he play it? You know, it was stupid. Do you think it was so that he like prevented knight g4? It hadn't occurred to me that that's why the guy did it. Like, I had exactly the same structure on the board today against one of my students with white, even though I never played the c3 Sicilian. And I'm aware of the fact that, like, dude, you don't worry about knight g4, bro. How many people here played knight g4? Fedoseev? No. Other guys? No. No, 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 no. Wow, what a coincidence. None of these guys played knight g4. I wonder why. Let's even see the next move. Bishop b7. Oh, white didn't play h3. Look. If knight g4... Oh, nobody played knight g4. Because if knight g4, you can suck it up and allow black to take. But it takes a lot of time to do that. And then we're taking back with the pawn a lot of times. So h3, really, really bad move for white. Well, I'm not sure if you need to play g6 or not. You know, the other plan is out here. Huge hole there. Here. Here. Draw. No. This is not a good example. This is not a draw. This is awkward for black. So I was thinking knight h5, seriously. Maybe it's not good. Maybe white has some kind of tricks. Literally. So anyway, okay, g6. And then rook d2. Ugh. That's literally not normal. Okay, this feels too many pawn moves. White should probably play d5 at this point. I would think. Yeah, I mean if you play knight e7, he can play knight e5. You know, now there's some threats. If you play this, actually it looks pretty solid for you. If I'm not missing anything here, maybe this is the better move. I think I like this better than doing h6. You also have knight f5, you know, so that's what Karpov did against Kamsky in their 1996 match. Was it 96? 96 match. Rustam went crazy and started punching people. 97. He got knight f5 in on Gata, and like just easily, Karpov just crushed Gata in their match. But h6 looks a little weakening. Now white plays b4. Okay, this is absurd. So what was I thinking? Yeah, d5. So after d5, takes, knight takes d5. Knight takes d5. Bishop takes d5. So what is this? A BFD? You do knight a5 at some point? At what point does that happen? You want to do it here? I mean, it's not a good idea necessarily. You know, he's not really threatening anything. But I don't know. It's a draw. It's a draw. But I think that white needs to realize that he's not better here. And if he thinks he's better, then show me. Duh. This is so stupid. Like, okay. The guy literally has a drawn hand after d5, and he should, you know. But I mean, this is really moronic. I mean, b4, boom. You lost a pawn and your structure, and now d5 is completely blockaded. This is how to lose the game in one move. It's a disaster. He lost the whole position with just one move. It's unbelievable. It takes real skill to do that. Now, taking here is debatable. You know, I don't think, you know, you should lightly go into this exchange on e3 unless you have a good reason to do that. Maybe like tripling on the file or something. I wouldn't do this unless I'm sure about it. You are theoretically improving his position there. I realize this is a time situation. But it looks like white, you know, notoriously have had trouble in endgames, but it looks like white gets a knight on c6. You've got a trick. Takes. Rook takes c6, a7, rook c8, rook takes b6. Uh-oh. 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 You got what? What? Never mind. Never mind. Anyway, you let him off the hook to some degree there. But getting your king to the center and playing e5 was a good idea. Alright. White resigns. Yeah, well, he had chances until the end there. Okay, interesting game though. Very classic IQP position. So what do I got? I got one last game from Stewie. This is Assassin's Creed. The really hardcore Paul Blankenschmidt against Solomon Floor will save just in case our hero move 11 decides to show up. And then I've got my game against Morales. Well, I figured he would leave. He lives in freaking India, and it's like 2 o'clock in the morning now. But there's no one else here. It's that, my game, and Mula. So nobody else is here. Has another game analyzed. We might as well do Assassin. He's black. Don't play, here's the first thing. The first rule of England Gambit is don't play the England Gambit. Alright? I accept many stupid gambits as playable. Play, if you have to play the freaking Black Mardeemer, play the Danish Gambit, play the Latvian, I don't know, play the Elephant Gambit, but this is the worst. Like, the worst Gambit ever. The England Gambit, it's just totally unsound. You don't get close to enough. It's like you're trying to play the Black Mardeemer with black or something. It's really bad. Yeah, the Budapest Gambit is playable. And even the Black Redeemer, I've been playing a lot of games lately with like e4, d5, knight c3, just for fun. I'm playing the Black Redeemer with f3. It's called the Doherty Gambit. But I'll transpose to the Black Redeemer. But like the Black Redeemer, honestly, it's not so bad. White's a little worse, but you have active compensation. I would play it in an OTB game. It's not great, but White's almost got enough compensation. But black here, d takes e5, knight c6, knight f3, and now, to make it worse, you're not only playing you're not only playing the England Gambit, you're playing like the worst version of the England Gambit, which is queen e7. So you played a bad gambit, and then you made a bad move, which is like putting your queen in an artificial position. So my big take on this, obviously, if I play the Doherty Gambit with white, you have to play f6. I don't understand, like, in all honesty, why people who play this gambit play queen e7. Like, if you have to play this gambit, then play freaking f6, Oh no. Wait, oh no, my queen. Oh, you're kidding me. That's why. People play that because of Eric Rosen. This is my problem with this guy. He like teaches people like stupid stuff. And they don't know the difference. A little bit of information is very dangerous. That's why we shouldn't learn to play the London system. I'm going to make myself famous by teaching people like bullshit, you can find like millions of really bad chess channels to watch. But the sad part is that Eric Rosen is actually a reasonably good player. But he chooses to teach people garbage instead of something real. In any case, if you're gonna play it, play this. And after f6, if white takes, you get a tempo down. Black Mardeemer. Like d6 is not as good. Because if I play d6, White has bishop g5. A really useful move. And now black doesn't have a good move. Like, everything is a concession. The best is probably this queen d7, but it's very artificial. So, queen e7, it's crap. And now, white should just play, not be materialistic. The oh no, my queen, or whatever crap. Bishop f4 is materialistic. And this is still good for white. And I think that it's totally stupid for black. But I think that bishop f4 isn't even the best move. You know, I think you should just play knight c3. And the point is like a strategic point about the game. It's not about material. This is more important than material. Control of the center is more important than material. So, you know, teaching people that bishop f4 is the right move for white there, you're already teaching them like the wrong thing. So knight c3, owning the d5 square, and now, if black, which most people will do, recaptures the pawn. Michael Rode had a study on lichess, which I accidentally found once, where he was recommending white to play e4 to his students, and this isn't like public knowledge. Mike is a American grandmaster who's quite a correct player, in my opinion. Rode was recommending e4, and I think it's good. But I like bishop f4, and this isn't about material now. We're just simply developing our pieces. But knight takes f3, g takes f. Can we try a different order of moves here? Like knight d5 right away. Knight d5 right away, takes, g takes, queen d8, bishop f4, d6, queen d2. This is also good. I think this is also good, but my preference has been to play bishop f4, because I really like this dynamic double pawn structure. We bring the queen to d2, castle queenside, and play for e4. It's like a really good center attack for white. Lucutus. Jean-Luc Picard. So let's check out queen takes b2, shall we? +4. Rook b1, queen a3, knight b5. I looked at this once. Queen a2. Let's say knight takes c7, check, king d8, rook d1. Anyway. In the game, white played bishop g5. And this is clearly not as good. So, there's another thing about knight c3 that, an element to this, that I've talked about with some of my students, that I'm sure that Eric Rosen has never mentioned to anyone. There's something about coordination, which is hard to teach, but yeah, you see all of my games were with knight c3. I mean, I played every game. I played 9 games with knight c3. It's hard to define, but I call it balancing your development. Basically, you don't want to be it's like a boat. You can't put all the weight of the boat on one side or it'll tilt over. So you want to balance the boat, by dispersing the weight, or an airplane or whatever, dispersing the weight equally. If you play bishop f4, it's like the position gets kind of top heavy, where your queen side is not as balanced development. So knight c3 is very profitable for white. Bishop g5, queen b4 check. looks like it's a mistake because of tactics. Knight c3, queen b2, bishop d2. That's interesting. It's like that's like a Trumpowski type of thing. You could sack your queen there as well. Rook b1, queen takes, bishop takes, knight d2, and then beat some losers in bullet chess and pretend it's a good opening. But this move looks like it's pretty good actually. Queen c5 might not be so bad for black. So that's one of the classic computer squares. Computers appreciate these queen maneuvers. It's the queen cube. Oftentimes these squares are underrated squares for the queen in the opening. Traditionally, a lot of new ideas are discovered. I always reference like the center attack. The center attack Chinese variation, which has started to be played, was never really. It never would be a thing at all if it wasn't really for Stockfish. And I think people analyzing with computers, they start to appreciate that this square is a thing. Anyway, so bishop g5 f6, and then takes. So we've got a bad black redeemer where your queen is misplaced. Well, he plays the best move, knight c3, now b6, and then knight d5, which feels early. But if it's good, it's good. I don't see a way to refute this. So if that's the case, then b6 is a mistake. Queen f7, anyone? Queen c5? That's square, man. You're just asking for it. Even queen e6 should be considered. I guess queen e6, it runs into this. But even there, black can defend in some way or another. I don't like black's position, though. Okay, b6. Yeah, this is a disaster. This is just totally a disaster for black. So there, black gets time to play bishop e7. Wonder if we should take first. I mean, it's definitely a good move. You just get it done. Take while you're enforcing this structural breakage of black's position. I think you should just take right away. And then you can choose either bishop h4 or bishop f4. It's like an Evans or something, on the other side of the board. White should just take. By not taking, he allows bishop e7, and then black has a better chance of survival. And now this move simply drops a piece. Game over. Now black taking some chances. But yeah, this is funny. I guess knight g6 isn't really necessary for black here. You gotta just consider castling. The question would be, how dangerous is it? Like, check, king h8, knight g5. I'm not believing it. You got knight takes here, queen e8. So here I would think about sacrificing the pawn on d7. And white clearly has pawn takes pawn check now, which is a little bit scary. Now we got nothing. White's got nothing. Just a piece down. So the moral of the story is don't play the what's it called? Whatever it is. Doesn't matter. Don't play it. Alright, next game. I got Morales. Morales versus me. So we'll be right back. We'll be. So it's a Pierce in reverse. And no, he's not here. It's a closed Sicilian Pierce. I'm white. And he just said, like, I played a really good game and he thought it was instructive. And I was always in control. He's playing the Grand Prix attack against the Sicilian. So I decided not to play c4, to play it like a Pierce. You know, and so what should black do? You know, objectively, like bishop c5. Can you afford to do stuff like this with the tempo down? I mean, how good is knight takes c5 now? Plus a lot. So there's no bishop c5. You can play g6. That seems to be the most reliable move. You can obviously play Pierce in reverse. He plays bishop e7. And so now, again, I didn't want to go into a standard line that's like the... what's his name? Bishop e7 Grand Prix attack was recommended in some videos by some guy, some reasonable player a while back. It's fairly well known. I figured he would know this. So the question is, can white play in another way? Like, it's a King's Indian attack or whatever. So I tried it. I played e4. Interestingly, and maybe not that surprisingly, there's not a single game where I played e4 in this position. You know, the first thing I checked was what happens if black tries to take this pawn. No, I figured I have... Taking the pawn seems dumb, though. Shout out to Turkey Farm. This man should be a subscriber. That's deep, dude. That's scientific. I mean, I can't think of any other way to describe the way you evaluated that. Taking the pawn seems dumb, though. Materialism is big these days. Yeah, it's a little too early. So if he takes, I take. If he takes, I take. You know, and then you got this sort of like, okay, you can't go too far because something bad will happen type of thing, you know? But it's still interesting that it's a completely playable move, yet no one ever played it. Okay, it's a rare opening. You know, we're talking about a rare opening. It's a Pierce reversed plus black's playing a closed setup with bishop e7. Still, it's equal. Okay, e4, d6, and now I'm basically playing like a King's Indian attack. I'm black playing the Pierce, right? There are some games. Knight c3, castles, and then it dawned on me. Like, what the fuck am I doing? You're gonna drop the F-bomb. But I'm serious. Like, okay, now here we are, and like, what the fuck is my plan? I don't want to take on F5 and just lose the tempo. So we got H3 played 9 times. Well, that's really exciting. Rook E1, which is like, are you serious? You know, people did this, taking the rook off the F file. Does that seem like a good idea? The artificial bishop G5, because I want to give away my good bishop for nothing. So I was like, yeah, I'm not surprised some people play knight D5. It might not be such a bad move. So I think takes and knight H4 is the only way to justify my play. I looked at that, but there's a problem. You know, the guy can play like bishop G4. So like takes, knight H4, bishop G4. It's kind of annoying. You know, I don't really want to play like F3. So alright, I agree, like H3, it's a reasonable move. But I was wondering, like, what happens if I go here immediately? And this is really interesting. Asterbait, thank you for gifting a... Now Turkey Farm can pass on his Prime sub in 2 days. Okay, I sat there and I said, look, on the stream, because the game was live in our tournament, I was concerned he would play F4. So F4 is really interesting. I was like, take. You know, if he plays F4, which he didn't, you know, what are you going to do? I guess you should consider playing knight F5. But it's certainly not refuting it. So what about takes? I was curious about this. What the hell is going on? So the engine says, like, literally, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes. He didn't play the critical continuation. Knight takes e4. I wouldn't have found... I don't think I would have found the best line. I'm scared, man. I'm losing my dark square bishop. Losing my good b. I think I actually looked at this. This drops a piece. I have to take on e4. I have to take on e4, and there goes my dark square bishop. Now I'm groveling for a draw. Oops, I lost the pawn. The good news is, obstacle bishops, maybe the pawn's not such a big deal. But anyway, I think the moral of the story is that f4 is a fucking strong move, and if you're a Dutch player, you find this move. I was shitting myself, you know, that he would play f4 and he doesn't do it. It's unbelievable. He doesn't do it. He did this. And this is really, really bad. Takes, and he's like, oh, you mean like that's hanging? So that was his big chance, man, and he had to play f4. And now he's just like lost the pawn. c6, g4. It's a king's gambit. Yeah, any Dutch player or Grand Prix player should find f4. And I don't know why. He thought a long time and didn't play it. Let me check one last thing, though. I said, like, what about knight f5? Like, seriously, what if I decline it? What's the evaluation here? Damn, the engine is so hardcore. G5. Then H4. This is insanity. This is insanity, bro. G Sunil, welcome. Nice rating. This would be crazy. Wow. G takes H4, G takes F4. Now it's a different story. King H8. You notice that in all lines, black is better by 1/10 of a pawn. Well, I mean, there's one variety of players who would play H4, and it's the King's Gambit guys. People who are really hardcore. It kind of takes like a hardcore psychopath, King's Gambit player or like Ivan Sokolov or something like that. It's an idea as black, too. I mean, obviously in a King's Indian. Hikaru would find H4. It's an extremely dynamic move. Both kings are in the zone of combat here, But if white goes passive, he's just screwed. But anyway, he plays this, boom, 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 and we just get a King's Gambit. Speaking of a King's Gambit, we got a King's Gambit. And now, it's not a King's Indian because he hasn't played C5. If it was, I'd be in good shape. But I have no counterplay. So, I just have to hang on to my pawn and then transfer my knight over here to help protect the king side. He does craziness like G6 now. I wouldn't play G6. I don't know, but I think that he's in trouble if whatever. I'm curious what the engine says. I mean, he's just down a pawn. He's just down a pawn, but should he play G6? And I'm not playing G6. There's no way I'm playing G6. See, the engine wants to play H5 and then G6. Oh my god. No, G6 is bad. You have to play H5 first, and then G6. Holy crap. That's insane. It's unbelievable that black is even okay here. Not completely lost. It's like a Fischer, King's Gambit, where I'm black. I've played D6, H6, taken the pawn and gone G5, Well, King's Gambit, really. Fischer variation. Yeah, when black's, like, it's unbelievable. He's only -1, and it's playable. He does G6 right away. It turns out it's playable. I didn't like G5, knight H5, so I played knight G3 first. Or I took and played knight G3. And then, this is funny, here, Queen B6, attacking B2, Queen D2, and then he finds an interesting move that I don't know what I would have played, like, Rook H8, I think, if I was black. But Morales plays Knight G8, Then I'm berserking, so I had to play quickly. I'm defending my pawn, trying to play for D4. And he almost got me on time. I'm down to 2 minutes, and I didn't know what to do now. Like, how do you make progress for white? Well, if the queens were off the board, I would be perfectly okay with it. But with the queens on the board, I'm never really safe. You know, I'd like to play for f4 structurally. I'm trying to remember what the computer said now. At the time, I was looking at stuff like bishop e3, but I didn't want to just get face planted. Well, it's hard to see what I should do, you know, to go forward. I could move my king, you know, like king h1. But honestly, it's a little deceptive. This looks safe, but then you're like, wait, that's a half-open file. Now, momentarily, it's okay. But let's just say he goes here, and then moves his knight and puts something on like h8. You know, what if my king ends up being on the half-open file? You know, I don't really like that. You know, and that's not cool. So I was like, I don't think I'm going to like put my king on h1. So I played d4. And then he goes e4. And I don't know why. I kind of expected he would take to worsen my structure. c4 is interesting, but there's some problems with losing the exchange. It would be a nice way to attack his structure. I could, and I think earlier actually, Sack draw, the computer was looking at a3 before when I played c3. So if you played like a3 instead of c3, you could maybe play c4 and try to fight for the center in a different way. But now I did this, and I really thought he would take, but obviously he didn't want a queen trade. So he pushes, and here I like screwed up. I think I could have blockaded e3 right away, or there was a better move for me. Let me see. Yeah, rook e3, maybe rook e3. But check out the evaluation. It's like less than a pawn. Now, I still played the best move. 92. This was the play for bishop f4. He stopped bishop f4, and then I played f4. Okay, here maybe. Computer wants to play f3. Yeah, I screwed this up. I should have played f3. If I had more time, I would find it. But I just didn't have time. And I played f4. f4 is not terrible, but it's not great either. If I play f3, I blow up the center. This is really, really, really fundamental. You know, I know it looks a little crazy. But I mean, pawn structure-wise, this is the thing, you know. And he can never play knight f6 because he can do it, but he loses the exchange with bishop h6 check, among other things. So he just like has to give up his power pawn presentation on there. You know, he did it anyway, but he didn't have to. He could have kept attention here. This is pretty strong. So this is really fundamental, and I think a grave mistake by black. Obviously, I saw e3, and I'm going to blockade. But what he should have done was like just kept the situation as it is. So now he has a protected passer on e4. This is a really massive mistake by black. If he lost the game because of one move, it was this. You just gave up your protected pass pawn on e4. It's a huge mistake. Takes, and then this cheeky move, bishop g3. It's nice, but it doesn't do anything. Played rook f1, rook f8, king g2, bishop d6, and then I didn't know what to do, again. I guess I could play anything, h4. But I played a funny move, knight g1, simply with the idea of exchanging rooks on the f-file. Bishop h4. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Sex, you always find the best ideas. You're like a new Mozart. Mozart. You're the new Mozart. Mozart disappeared, by the way. Yeah, so I played knight g1 and I was holding my breath because for some reason I expected him to play bishop h2. I'm not sure it's a big problem. I guess I could play bishop h4 there anyway. And I can also play king h1. So, yeah, I mean, he's losing it now. After b3, bishop e2, we change rooks. And he's just down a pawn for nothing. So he fought down to an endgame. And then his last hope, I think the engine doesn't like knight e4. We had 10 seconds left. Now his structure goes. So he has three isolated pawns. But the reason Morales submitted this game is because apparently I played like very accurately. Let's see. Well, there's no analysis. But anyway, he felt I played it accurately. Strange because I thought I analyzed this game. It should be in like the cloud or something. That's weird. Pretty sure. Maybe I didn't. I just looked at it with the engine. I didn't commit to the cloud analysis. Okay. And then we're not going to do that now. All right. So last but not least, move 11. Are you here? Move 11. Move 11. Thanks for gifting a gift sub. There, guys, we're 46% of the way to our July 1st World Senior 50-plus Team Championship, USA 2. The 6th ranked team. Alright, this is our last game for today. It's a floor game with black. He was a very strong Czech grandmaster. One of the top players in the world. Back in the 30s. 30s and 40s. 50s. I don't remember exactly the years of his, but he's a fine positional player, floor. And a lot of people don't know his game. Okay, so his opponent, I don't know who this is. Paul Blechschmidt. G3, C5. So he's symmetrical English. Bishop G2, G6, Knight C3, Bishop G7, Knight F3, and now Knight C6. And after castles, castles is the most common. Floor play D6. Floor plan. A lot of jokes about the name. Now, typically white always plays either D4 or D3 in this position. The open and the not so open. This is called, I think it was called the Duchamp variation or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. Doesn't say it now. Maybe it depends on the move order you use. Okay, D3 is not too exciting. His opponent played H3, getting us out of book. Yeah, I mean, I think that black should play castles. The interesting thing is on castles, if white plays sharply with D4, you don't have to take. So you can take and play a symmetrical English, or you can play D6, transposing to King's Indian. Or you could get even more funky. What else can you do? Well, I guess that's about it. Yeah, maybe this was played against me. Symmetrical, symmetrical. The symmetrical, symmetrical, symmetrical variation. D5. That's kind of interesting. But, okay, H3. Now, black has played D6, so there's no D5. Now, I will mention something interesting. Bishop D7. Now, if white plays D4, there's an issue that I've noticed. Where this pawn and this pawn. Turkey Farm, gifting a tier 1 sub. You're paying forward the gift they got from Masturbate to the community. That was a fast 2 days. That was, I mean, the older I get, like, the faster time is going. But literally, like, 15 minutes ago, Turkey Farm was like, my prime sub is coming up in 2 days. That was literally the quickest 2 days I have ever experienced. At this rate, I'm going to be dead very, very soon. Time just keeps going faster. So can we get a queen c8? It happened to me. I mean, I know this has happened to me. Where there was a problem involving like both of those pawns coming under attack simultaneously. Right. Yeah, maybe this is it. I guess I wanted to play like King H2, but suddenly boom. Like, oh, that's a problem. So, how do you defend your H3 pawn in this position? Ideas? Well, there's always Queen H4. But that doesn't go well. I guess you have to play G4 now. Wow, H4. Yeah, so H4 or G4. Apparently H4 is best. But anyway, this didn't happen. H3, bishop D7. White didn't play D4. Plays this. Objectively, we should talk about Smyslov, who loved to play the English with this Kahneman plan. There was this guy, I told the story like a lot, not lately, but back in the 90s, there was this old Russian like candidate master who would come to the Boylston Chess Club in Boston. We called him the Kahneman because he was like 300 pounds, mostly bone and like muscle. And he was like 80 years old. And he was so heavy that he had to have 2 canes. He had double canes. And he couldn't speak English. And usually people get really weak when they get older, but he was like really pretty good for his age. He seemed very alert mentally, and he was like 2100. So clearly, if you're 2100 when you're 80, you were a master in your prime. But anyway, I think I beat him the first game or two, and then he finally beat me, and he was like, revenge. I was like, wow, that's the first word you ever said in English. Congratulations. He had taken it really, really hard, I guess, and just came out when he beat me. But he used to do this every single game. No, not caveman, dude. Kahneman. Not caveman. I might have hit the side of my mouth, so my pronunciation may be like deformed. The Cane Man, as in like canes. Cane Man played the same strategy every single game. When he was black, he played the hyper-accelerated dragon. He would never castle. There were like several rules to being Cane Man. You had to be 80, you had to weigh 300 pounds without being that fat, and you had to have 2 canes. You also couldn't speak English. You had to always wear like a suit, and you had to have like several rules when you played. You never castle, except maybe like in the middle game, you castle queenside. And then the second part is you always like play queen c1 or queen c8 and h4 h5 in every single game. The biggest problem for him was really like when people would play d4 because he couldn't play like the Sicilian or the English. I don't remember, what the guy played. Charlie Hurtan actually recorded a game that I beat him. It's in one of his books. Hurtan has a couple of books. One of the games I won against the guy was in there for some reason. But anyways, yeah, he was just massive. He was like like a human elephant, but not really like blubbery. Just big. He was big he was big boned. He was like big boned. He was tough. All right. Anyway, so this is a Cane Man setup. You just do queen c8 and h5 against anything. King h2, h5. To be fair, like Floor, like Smyslov, was very positional. I mean, I'm just estimating his weight. The truth is he was probably like 275, and I'm exaggerating. But, So, I didn't actually weigh the guy, but, he was big. He wasn't that tall, but he was extremely big boned. He had to be like 270. Denak, did you see the guy? You must have seen the guy, right? I mean, he was big, man. He was fat. Not fat, but like really big. Alright, so h5, d4. Yeah, no, this isn't Caveman. It's Cane Man. And he got it from Smyslov. And Smyslov and Floor are of the same, school, basically. I like the way that Paul Blankenschmidt is playing this. But, you reach a point for both sides, you're kind of like, okay, what do I do now? So here we are. And then Floor surprisingly plays h4. I didn't think this would work. Right. I mean, if I was black here, I would be like, okay, I'm going to just keep the tension and try to make this thing work. We're looking at knight g4 check. Unfortunately, besides the fact that it's probably just a draw if you do that, there's also takes, and knight h4. No, I've got g5 there. Okay. Well, anyway. In any case, like, even if this is good, it's only a draw or equal after take. Or white just repeats position, with king g1. But Floor doesn't want to draw against a regular master, so he has to try to find more than a draw. I would have played rook b8. If it was my game, Smyslov's game, I got a Smyslov game book right inches away from the computer screen, but usually sits there. I mean, Smyslov would be more likely to play this way with white than with black. But I honestly can't say I've ever seen this done. H4. It totally makes sense. Oh, Endgame Virtuoso. Yeah, no. Endgame Virtuoso I forgot about. It's in my storage unit. Right. No, I mean, that's a good book. But that's specifically about Svislav and Endgames. He got kind of wrecked by Botvinnik, though. I felt. Um, I mean, Botvinnik was objectively stronger, I think, overall. But great player. H4. I can't believe this works. But White has to play G4 now, no? Can someone explain to me if this really works? And if it really works, how does it really work? We have to play. What are you going to do? Knight G1? I guess if you want to consider Knight G1, you've got the boom, boom, boom variation. It's like the Flintstones. Bam, bam. It's a pawn sack. Boom, boom, boom with Knight G4 again. You know. Good old Knight G4. No, that's not an option, okay? The point is G4. This guy... The guy took on H4. Wait, what? He took on H4 with the pawn. Are you kidding me? That's a move? Just goodbye. Nice seeing you. Look, I played the lobster a lot. Like, you could just resign after G takes H4. Just forget about it, dude. Get another ticket and try again. You have to play G4 here. It's forced. Now, what's the point? I want to see how this works. I remember Casillas, this master, used to play like this kind of crap sometimes. He would like sack a piece to push H3. How exactly is this working? Is Knight H4 really that bad? Yeah, I mean, Knight H4 is really that bad. We're playing G5. We're playing your song. Well, we're gonna see G takes H4 in the actual game. What I want to see is like what happens after G4, because it looks like the only move, you know. Let us analyze what appears to be the only move first. So I guess it's take, take, take. We sack the let's sack the knight. You have take. And now there's two options. You can play H3 or you can take. This I'm not 100% convinced by. Bishop takes G4. Now we're threatening this. So let us consider White's options here. I admit it's uncomfortable. You might need a larger size. I mean, what is White doing now? Do you want to play like this or something? Can we do that? Wow. Turkey Farm looks completely winning for black. Plus 0.8. Okay. Yeah, but alright, I don't know that I played the best move there. It doesn't look anything to me. I don't even know what conclusion to draw from the position, honestly. I would have no idea, you know? I would be afraid to play it with black, and I would be terrified with white, you know, honestly. Like, so let's just see the evaluation of this G4. Wow. So we're on the wrong track. Wow. We're on the wrong track. It's a concrete idea. Bishop takes g4, pawn g4, knight takes g4, check. Now if king h1, you have to lose a piece. And if king h1, king g1, h3, and on bishop h1, I get the piece back with h2 check. Uh-huh. You have to sack the knight now. So that's something I learned today. What's the moral of the story? Don't castle into an attack too early. What did white do wrong? Well, h3 is clearly not a standard move. Maybe white still has some moves here. I was thinking about this. It's really a weird move. I mean, knight g5 looks really strange, but it also makes some sense. This is probably his exploit. He could have played knight g5 and sit on that hold there. And I guess you can, if you're Ding Liren or something, maybe you play f4. So white has to be really familiar with this, how this works. So the point was, like, all this analysis on g4, and it's not knight takes g4, it's actually bishop takes g4 that busts white. That's very instructive. So anyway, in the game, maybe he figured it out. I'm drinking what kind of beer? I'm going to time you out. Always you're focusing on the important stuff. We're not here to focus on the important stuff, Nedog. We're here to focus on chess. It doesn't have enough alcohol. All right. G takes H. Bye-bye, structure. Nice knowing you. Oh, my God. Wow. You are witnessing something amazing here. It's interesting because Floor was a very positional player. I never saw a game where he, like, smacked someone this, like, this brutally. Did Floor ever play Fischer? He was probably too old. He would have been at the end of his career when Fischer was just arriving. I doubt they ever faced each other. I'm just thinking, like, could he have played into the early 60s? Jesus Christ, dude, the guy played G5. I mean, have you ever seen anything like that? I played the English all my life, and I never saw this theme before. Yeah, but I mean, Sexek draw. I've never seen G5 played in a similar structure in my life. That is an unbelievable, cool move, dude. G5. I played chess for, going on 35 years. More. G5. Like, everybody can see, like, pawn takes, bishop takes h3, but, you got knight takes 2. So, at the end of the day, G takes h4 was the best move. It's a positional pawn sack by black. And g5 was not the best. So apparently this is depth 22. Black should try d5. But that seems kind of counterintuitive to me. You know, I wouldn't find d5 because it looks like you're just encouraging like black to trade off one of your kingside defenders. Amazing line here. You know, obviously you can recapture, but apparently bishop takes h3 is possible. Dude, that's crazy. Bishop takes h3. Anybody would find that. No, one of the most amazing games I've seen in a while. Obviously, this didn't happen, but it could have happened. Bishop takes h3, rook takes h4, and if queen f3, you have g4. Now, if knight g4, we just recapture with something. I don't know what. Like knight takes, king g3, rook takes h3 check. Yeah, it's all smoke and mirrors. But he couldn't find d5, so he played... I was worrying about this, though. You know, this is serious. I mean, knight takes g5. What do we do? Still, it's just... It's a safe pawn sack. You know, that pawn's not going anywhere. Black is under no... He's in no danger here. It's way easier to play black. His king's on the open H file. He's up a double isolated pawn. Who cares, you know? This is crazy. Very, very difficult to play white here. Well, against a strong player. He plays rook h1. And, you know, when you play rook h1, you're hoping like the opponent takes and closes the line. But white instead plays g4. But I mean, I get what Sexek Draw is saying, that, you know, anybody can look like a genius tactician against a weaker player. Still, this is a cool game. For all I know, it could have been from a simul. No, I don't know the qualifications of this game. This totally could have been a simul game. You can look it up if you want to. Thank you. It does have kind of the feel of a simul. The way he played with no fear at all. Floor plays coffee house. And now this is check. Cool. No need to move the king. I mean, we're keeping maximum... I do like keeping maximum flexibility. Now, what kind of beer are you drinking? So this guy has some games in the database. Then it may not be a simul. My assumption is that it wasn't at first, but... I mean, dude, a lot of people don't know Floor, how strong he was, but because of the era. But he was like top 3 in the world, top 4. I don't know what chess, you know, researchers say exactly. Also, another one of those names that's discussed when people say, like, the argument about who was the strongest player ever to not be world champion. Like, Floor is in the discussion. I think one of the things about Floor that's very significant is that he never got a shot at playing for the world championship. Which is very significant. Because other players of his caliber did, you know. one of those guys who was like potentially good enough to become world champion, but didn't get a chance. Bishop takes e5. Some world wars probably messed things up for a lot of people. Bishop takes e5. He lived in you know, he was from Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic. What you called it, Kingdom of, I don't know, you know, what it was before it was Czechoslovakia, Monrovia or something. Okay. Bishop takes e5, e4, Queen g6. There was the Hungarian monarchy, Austro-Hungarian monarchy, before World War II. I mean, World War One. What am I talking about now? World War II. Before World War II. Okay, so before World War II, what was like Czech territory? Between World War I and World War II, was it like German? I don't know. So check this out, man. He's a hero. He played Bishop takes c3. He's getting positional now. This is ridiculous, dude. The guy's like checkmating him a minute ago, and now we're playing Bishop takes c3. Now we're playing pawn structure chess. Takes, and then check. This is not really that positional. He traps his king in the center. I highly recommend you study his games. I have a book on the shelf. I never saw this game, though. The book I have here is in Russian. I got at the flea market a book of Flora's games that some Hungarian had that I bought in the secondhand market like 10 years ago. I found it randomly. Once in a while, you'll run into, you know, some people who bought, you know, Russian chess books in Hungary. You know, in Hungary, there was a certain amount of German and Russian chess books. The one I have is actually Russian, strangely. Bishop e3, and white is hanging on. It's an early Gingy Indian. Queen takes e4. Is that important? So if anyone here plays the Gingy Indian, this guy's hanging on. I would be really nervous now with black. Like, damn, dude, I was killing this guy. Suddenly, white has an outside pass pawn. His bishop is kind of okay. I'm pinned. I can't move my knight. I need to castle queenside. Damn, dude. So Flora has this feeling like I might have gone too far. Watch what happens next. I'm expecting castles queenside. What happens next is unbelievable. The guy plays rook b1. You know, by the way, that e-pawn isn't going anywhere. Maybe Flora should consider like king d8 with the idea of king c7. A Gingy Indian type of thing. But the problem is, like, okay, yeah, check, we can meet with knight b6. I think this is actually a serious consideration. So we walk the king by hand over to d8. The objection would be white has queen c2, defending the pawn. Now our freaking queen is trapped by rook to g1. Damn. Okay, there we have knight e5 still. No, it's possible to play king d8. This move is actually really interesting. I mean, it's possible to castle queenside too and sack this pawn. You know, but once you do that, you burn your bridges, and maybe the b file will be like fatal. So it's like safer to play king d8. Anyway, he takes, white plays this, and then the unbelievable b5. Oops, you can't take with the pawn. See, that's the most dangerous kind of player, who's genius positionally, but also on tactically. When you look at Karpov's games, Karpov is great, but he was just only really great when he was really accurate tactically as well, when he was really on in his prime. If you combine brilliant positional play with accuracy tactically, I'm going to have to time you out again, Uber driver. So white plays queen takes b5. Now, obviously, c2. c2 was a check. Wow. And this is sacking like both rooks and the knight for the queen. But unfortunately, h1 is hanging at the end. Oh, man. Duh. So he can't take. He goes here, and then check. And the problem is, if you play king d2, I have queen takes a2 check. Now, I have a question. King d2, if king d2, queen e2 check, king d3. That's my question. Now there's a mate at c8. Castle. Yeah, I was thinking king f8. Maybe castle. Let's see, there's c4 check. But then the white king could just go to d4 where it's untouchable. The untouchables. This would be sick. Like c4 check, king d4, e5 check, takes en passant. And your next check was? Oh. Alright, yeah. I didn't think you had another check. So maybe Uber Driver's right, and we have to do something fancy like castle. There's also the possibility of, yeah, okay, king f8 doesn't look great. I agree. You could castle, or you could play something passive like rook d8. I'm not inspired by that. Slaji's genius. Rook d8 is better. Oh my god. Uber Driver would never find this. He wanted a castle. Castle's decent, though. It's decent. And that's why you wait until the last minute. No, it's possible. Anyway, alright, so king f3 was played. There's so many, like, unexpected moves in this game. It's just awesome. So now there's a mate on g4. Are you kidding me? So now the point is rook takes king f7. Beautiful. Oh, we're also threatening knight e5, winning the queen, by the way. I just wanted to remind you. The guy found a way to defend against both. That's pretty cool. Bishop d4. And now knight e5 anyway. Bishop e5. Queen e4 check. Only move. Check. And then mate. That's like the best game I've seen in a long time. I mean, this is really Really nice game. You know, and even if it wasn't like perfectly sound, it was sick. Interesting game, guys. All right, thanks Move 11 for the submission. Haven't seen that one. I will be back hopefully tomorrow morning. I got a meeting in the morning, but we're normally doing 12 o'clock, which is 6 a.m. Eastern time, 12 p.m. Central European time. Central European Summertime, CST. Thanks everybody for joining us and for analyzing with us. Thanks to support. Thanks for the support from Mr. Slow, Asterbait, Discombobulator, everyone. Thanks to the mods. Or mod. Yeah, Mr. Coffee was here briefly. Nedog, thanks for you. And yeah, anyway, don't forget, tomorrow morning, 12 noon, we'll do some blitz with random challengers, and then Sunday Simul every Sunday at 6:30. See you guys later. Thanks everyone. Bye bye.